Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the annual plan hearing. Although we also have a submitter for local water done well today, and that will be at the end of the day. Just to remind councillors that they should submit questions they have via the question tool on the big tin can. The link to that has been emailed to you, but please ask staff if you're not sure on how to access that. If you submit a question, please state whether it relates to annual plan development contributions or local water done well, and make it clear what the submission question relates to. I have an apology from partial absence from Sam, Victoria and James. I'm happy to move it.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, Your Worship. And for me as well after the break.
Sorry.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry.
And Tyrone. Oh, that's right. You're going to the Air Force Museum. That's right. And Mark. Thank you. Here I head down, not watching what I'm doing. Goodness me. So I'm happy to move that, and Tim's happy to second it. All of those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks. That's carried. I have no declarations of interest today, so we'll move on to our first submitter, David Trent, please. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Am I ready to go now, am I?
Anytime.
Yeah, I've been mowing the lawn. I live across the road from Gainsborough Reserve, and I've been mowing the lawn there for 6 years for the kids to play on. It takes me about an hour and a half. I mow a nice big patch, and I've been ringing up for the last 6 years to get it mowed shorter. I was just wondering if that'd be possible to reassign it, to be mowed at the same length as Pioneer Stadium.
Oh, yes, I know where that is. Yes, well, we can certainly, at the, You have the man.
Yeah, I think they get sick of me ringing up all the time to mow it, you know, shorter, but no success up until now.
So what you're saying is it gets mown, but it doesn't get mown short enough?
Well, it slowly came down from about that height.
Right.
To there. But it needs to be mowed. I mowed it about there, same as Pioneer Stadium.
Right.
So I slowly had success.
Okay, well...
Now I'm hoping to have real success.
As luck would have it, the real success mower man is here sitting in the corner of the room.
Oh, good.
And he's grabbed it with both hands, and I'm sure you'll see some results.
Yeah, it's the same length as Pioneer Stadium. Oh, and also I went to the Sprayton Community Board on the 13th of April about it, and I've got a letter that they sent back to me, and I'd like to give you that if I could.
Okay, yeah, no problem. No problem. You'd like to grab that, please, yeah?
Okay.
Oh,
Kathy.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
thank you very much.
As short as Pioneer Stadium. That's
Right, okay. So what...
Because I was brought up in Shirley, and I used to play a lot. We used to play a lot of cricket and rugby league and rugby over there, and it was great, you know, because it was, you know.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
We see what we can do. You've got tons of time. You have a question.
Well, I'm just wondering, do you have a ride-on mower? Because that reserve's huge. How do you do
No,
it?
I just mow it with a small mower.
In an hour and a half?
Yeah.
That reserve's huge.
No, I don't mow the whole reserve.
Oh, okay.
No, I mow about from where Phil is there. I mow from about the back there to be even past him, and then great big square around there where the kids can
Yeah,
play.
I was going to say the reserve looks huge. I was going to say Rupert should hire you.
Good man.
Yeah.
Okay. No, good.
Well, I used to work in the mines in Australia. I used to drive dump trucks up in West Australia there. But when I came back, I worked for 7 years at Panawanaka, an iron ore mine, on the landscape crew, and I used to love mowing lawns. Yeah.
Boy, we got a deal for you. Tyler, please.
So if you need a lawnmower man, I'm your man.
You could be in luck.
Rightio, thanks very much for hearing me.
Tyler's got a question.
What number do you mow it at?
Hey?
What number do you mow it at? Is it sort of,
I'm 28 Samuel Street.
oh no, like level 3, level 2, sort of.
It's about that level there.
Okay.
Put it real right down. Yeah, well, same as Pioneer Stadium.
Dirty.
Now, haven't I?
And if you could row it on a regular basis like Pioneer Stadium, I'd be really pleased.
Okay. Yanni, please, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, thank you.
we got the community board letter, but can you just tell us what was the community board response in 2023? Like,
Yeah, it started to be made shorter, but not short enough.
right, okay.
Yeah.
And have you been back to them since then?
No. Oh, actually, the other thing too is the boys, they went to the community board about getting a soccer goalpost there, some young boys,
Yeah.
and you guys got it. Well, that's really good because they use that a lot. But the net's all dilapidated now.
Right.
I was just wondering if you could get a permanent net behind the goal.
Okay,
Because
cool,
somebody's clipped all the bloody,
great.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Good.
They use it a lot.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Thanks for your time. Much
Thank you.
Thank you.
Righto. So now, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Selena and Anita, please, from Sticks Living Laboratory Trust. Hello.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Anita Spencer taku ingoa, and this is Selena Coombs, our lead advocacy volunteer. I'm the program manager for Project Kotari, which is a 5-year MFE funded project that the trust is running. And yeah, we're presenting on our trust submission about the draft annual plan. So for those of you that don't already know, the trust is a local river care group that's volunteer-led, and we're dedicated to the restoration and protection of the Puhara Kikanui Styx River. The catchment area, it's about 7,000 hectares, and it starts in the headwaters in Harewood and meanders down to Brooklands, and it's a bit of a hidden gem. It's probably Christchurch's forgotten river. I've lost track of the number of people that say to me when we're running events that they never knew this was here. So we're trying to change that. So the trust was formed out of a process that the council ran back in 2000. The trust's 25 years old now, and that process was led by Christine Heremiah, a council planner, and we came up with a 40-year vision for the trust, and we've got 5 visions, one of which is to create a viable spring-fed ecosystem in the river. The second one is to create a source-to-sea experience so that people will be able to walk, bike, kayak down the river. The third one is to create a living laboratory, so that's around learning and teaching about the environment and undertaking research. Our fourth one is to make the Styx a place to be, so that when we talk about it, people do know where it is and can sort of have a picture of it in their minds. And the fifth one is fostering partnerships, so no one organisation can do it all. It takes teamwork from the community members and organisations to make all these visions come to life. And the trust was founded on Vision 3 about the living laboratory, but we work to do all 5 of them. And I'll pass over to Selena to talk specifically about the annual plan.
Yep. So as Anita has mentioned, we are advocates for protecting the health and values of the Puhara Kikinui, and so we generally support all initiatives which reduce contaminants, pollution, sediment, and assist with establishing the Puhara Kikinui as a viable spring-fed river ecosystem. The Styx Living Laboratory Trust strongly supports the increase in stormwater drainage funding, as it is currently a major source of contamination in the Styx River. We support the increased funding for the Styx Mill Road transfer stations, in particular the ones listed above, as it is essential to upgrade facilities to accommodate the growing demand with increasing developments and usage of the transfer stations. We have some recommendations for the council to consider. Firstly, funding should continue to be reassessed in future annual plans to ensure it is meeting our growing demands. As stated in our original submission on the long-term plan last year, the Trust is concerned that the funding is not distributed appropriately. We require more evenly spread out spending for ecological improvement projects, most notably 65209, which is the Styx River Regional Parks Restoration, and 65238, which is the Coastal Plains Threatened Species and Habitat Management. While the Trust strongly supports the initiatives, we note that in each case, more than half of the allocated funds are to be spent in the final 3 years of the long-term plan, which we consider risk the values of this being deferred or not eventuating. In the annual draft plan, we would like clarification on the council's plan to retime the 3.4 million for the high-stat Styx Mill Reserve wetland. Point number 4, the Puharakikini Source to Sea Walkway will be included as a Parks and Heritage item in the long-term plan. The Styx is currently collaborating with landowners to establish suitable riparian margins in line with the vision for the walkway. In addition to this, there are ongoing efforts to strengthen existing easements and develop unformed legal roads along the route. Some properties still need to be acquired in order to complete the necessary connections for the Source to Sea walkway. Completing it will create a substantial natural habitat corridor and add a significant quality of life for the people in Christchurch. With the major ecological restoration project Kotari due to finish in 2026, the later half of the 10-year plan is an ideal time for the council to begin developing the walkway so the people of Christchurch have the best access to this natural asset. Land acquisitions costs will likely continue to increase in the future, so increasing the importance of investing in this community asset would be good. We would like to clarify Lastly, we would also like to clarify if the Community Partnership Fund, which was valued at 350,000 in the long-term plan, which was ending in July 2024, has been merged into the Environmental Climate Change Partnership Fund. As we did the calculations and the summary of grants now reflects an amount of $700,000. So we were wondering if those amounts were merged together. But yeah, thank you.
Right, sorry. Questions, anybody? Please. No. All right, here we've got a couple. Sarah and then Celeste.
Thanks so much for that. Could you clarify on your other question on the funding, the retiming of 3.4 million? You've questioned, you've said clarification on it, but
Yeah.
why is it important, that funding and that piece of work? The High-Stead Styx Mill Reserve wetland.
Yes, so usually I present with Jackie and she deals with the fund. She deals with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
funding. Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, so I probably would need to ask Jackie about the specifics of the projects and
Yeah, it's just like you've asked for clarification
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
retiming. If there's
I
a
think it
problem
was
with it being
just-
pushed out, we
Yeah.
need to know that. Yeah.
I think it was just clarifying why it was being retimed.
Yeah, and it might just be 3.4 million of the project as opposed to the whole project. Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Because the corner where that is, I actually thought that whole job had been finished, but it'd be interesting to see. So the wetland you're talking about. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
But we, one of our staff, Anthony Shadbolt, is actively involved with you guys. So grab him.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
So I'm sure he'll help in any way. Celeste, did you have a question?
No, I think that was it really. Maybe you could just give a bit more detail about why you think the Source to Sea walkway, you might have touched on that, it should be included as a Parks and Heritage item. Did you say where it's currently listed?
It's currently not listed.
Oh, it isn't at all.
Yeah. I looked through the long-term plan and it wasn't. So I thought maybe if it wasn't in the long-term plan, like it could be incorporated into the. Yeah.
And the reason is because we'd need funding for that. Possibly.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Pauline.
you.
Time for one more.
Certainly here.
Was that source to? Thanks for coming in. Was that source to see walkway? Have we overcome that problem with the private landowners where the walkway has to go through there?
I think there's still negotiations going on
Still
with
going
some
on.
of them. A lot that we've talked to are supportive of it, and the work that we've been doing planting, we've been leaving space for that path through it on private land.
Because we have to move the fences back, don't we, or something like that. That's quite problematic. So maybe we can find out where that's at, and also you're wondering whether there's funding in the LTP for it.
Yeah.
Yep. So can we find that out as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Righto.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the
Thank
work
you
you're
very
doing.
much. Go to the trouble. Good to see you. Okay, Keith Harris, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Hi,
Mayor.
mate. How are you?
Very well. I'm not here about cutting grass, but I hope to cut the mustard with you all. I've got two submissions today. One is my personal one, and then I'll follow with one from Akaroa District Promotions. The first is we have been part of the very successful reinstatement of an information desk in Akaroa. The council have provided premises and it's meeting with very good demand, and as part of its operation, naturally it needs a coordinator because we have a range of volunteers which Akaroa District Promotions have sourced, and they virtually run the centre. It's currently on trial till May, and I'm here to request that it continues and that money can be set aside for a coordinator. I also have a letter of support. Is it helpful if I read that out? There's a copy for people if they want it.
Yeah, thank you. If you want to read it out, you just decide how much time you've got, but you have got another 10 minutes after this. So.
This comes from the Akaroa Resource Collective. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm writing on behalf of the Akaroa Resource Collective Trust to express our strong support for the continuation of the Akaroa Information Centre. As an organisation committed to identifying needs that greatly strengthen community, we see the Information Centre having strongly enhanced local services while strengthening community connections. We support Keith Harris and Victoria Andrews' submissions and are committed to working with all interested parties in retaining and growing this very valuable community project. Akaroa is a renowned tourist destination attracting both national and international visitors. A well-functioning and accessible information centre is critical to maintaining and enhancing the visitor experience, ensuring that tourists receive the information they need to enjoy all that our town has to offer. Beyond its role in supporting tourism, the importance of maintaining face-to-face services in our isolated rural community cannot be overstated. The Information Centre has proven to be highly successful, with volunteers actively supporting the project and contributing to its ongoing success. It has also had wide support from local businesses who have expressed their appreciation. The Information Centre has been instrumental in enhancing community wellbeing by creating opportunities for social interaction, reducing isolation, and offering a space where people can connect, share knowledge, and support one another. The initiative is also about building a resilient, engaged, and cohesive community. In order to sustain and further develop this valuable service, we seek a long-term lease and funding for which the Trust is presently exploring. The demand for this service continues to grow, and it's clear the Information Centre plays a crucial role, not just in tourism, but in the broader social fabric of Akaroa. We ask the Christchurch City Council to recognise the importance of this initiative. By supporting the Akaroa Information Centre, the Council would be investing in both the economic vitality of Akaroa's tourism sector and the well-being of our local community. Thank you for your time and consideration. We appreciate your ongoing commitment to supporting community-driven projects and look forward to your positive response. And that's from Wahine Toa, Madame Kerry Little, on behalf of the Akaroa Resource and Community Trust.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you want to just carry on with your next one straight away?
Well, perhaps it's time for the visuals, which make the point that we tend to be Little Orphan Annie when it comes to funding of tourism activities. So my eyesight isn't brilliant, but when we get to Christchurch, the exciting city, CCC seem to only fund Christchurch, New Zealand, and there's no direct funding for Akaroa and the Bays as such. So I just want to all realise that's the situation that I'll be talking into when I give the next submission.
Yep, excellent.
Now, I want to introduce with a game we all used to play before we did it digitally. And the game was Catch 22. In the past, we've written to the Mayor seeking support for Akaroa tourism. We were directed to Christchurch, New Zealand, who advised that direct funding is not within their remit, as their focus lies in broad destination awareness. As recently as last month, Christchurch, New Zealand reaffirmed in an email, and quote, "We do not run campaigns focused solely on Banks Peninsula. Our efforts are to grow awareness of Christchurch as a whole." So relax, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to send you another letter to keep the Catch 22 going. We are a destination within a destination. Promoting one as such is standard practice in tourism. Think of New York City, soon to perhaps be renamed Trump City. It has the Rockefeller Centre, which is built, and some of you may have been there, as a city within a city. I contest that Akaroa and the Bays is a destination within a destination worthy of distinction and support. We can contribute. This is ADP. Banks Peninsula already has its own destination management plan, but we feel shut out of its implementation. Unfunded and unloved, or is it merely unheard? I come to you today. ADP believes we are best placed to present the full depth and richness of the peninsula. Its varied and captivating topography, its charm, heritage, and distinct identity demand local voice, input, and vision. There's money in this for Christchurch. We want Banks Peninsula to succeed as a destination. Promoting Banks Peninsula enhances Christchurch as a whole. Investment here ensures visitor spend sorry about the tourism jargon, visitor spend remains within the Christchurch City Council boundaries rather than going elsewhere. What we are asking, we have the passion and the plans to bring meaningful input and traction to the destination management plan. What we lack is the seed funding to hire appropriately to bring these to fruition. We respectfully request financial support to deliver the promotional activities outlined in our submission. I think it was about 3 or 4 pages, and to set key projects in motion. With your backing, we can give flight to a vision that benefits all of us. Give us the wings and we shall fly. Thank you.
All right. Right. Questions? Still got tons of time. Tyrone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora, Keith. You might do enjoy it. Can you see that on the back of my computer there?
Flare or all the wear and tear?
That QR code
that
you gave me. It works on the back of... Anyway, my question is, so obviously Akaroa happened to be there yesterday, and I might have seen you driving down Rue Bulgari. And what a beautiful day it was and it was humming with visitors. So who are all visiting the info centre. So my question is, are you aware that this council has directed Christchurch NZ to report distinctly on initiatives regarding Banks destination and attraction initiatives regarding Banks Peninsula? Is that something that you've been made aware of?
I've heard it rumoured, and it's a great step in the right direction.
Oh, good. Right. So that's fine. No further questions.
All good. Any other questions? Okay, Keith, thank you very much for making the effort to come in. Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kari, please. Is that right? Good afternoon.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, Mayor Yanni, since I'm in your ward. There's lots of good stuff in the annual plan, and I've responded to some of the specific consultation questions in my written submission. But what I want to talk about today is what seems to be a really big gap between the reality of the climate emergency and the need to rapidly reduce emissions and to think on quite a scale about adaptation and what's in the plan. There's some good things in there about both adaptation and reducing emissions, but it's not on track to reduce emissions in Christchurch by half by 2030, which is really kind of the, if we're serious, that's what we should be doing. If we're not doing that, we're not serious. And I wanted to say something about, I think it's 4 years since I first came in here and spoke to the council, and things have changed since then. There's more science has been done, and the heating is going faster, and it will continue to go faster. It's not linear, it's exponential. And there are a lot of interacting components of the Earth system that reinforce each other. And a lot of the modelling that has been done about climate change and predictions doesn't take into account either the exponential, the speeding up of the warming, or how much the different elements reinforce and amplify each other. There was a recent report, a paper by James Hansen, that said that climate sensitivity, which a decade or so ago he thought was going to be around 3 degrees warming for a doubling of CO2, he's now saying 4.5 degrees warming for a doubling of CO2, and we're halfway to that doubling of CO2. So I'm not a scientist, but I listen to scientists, and I've seen and followed at least the high-level maths of modelling that tries to take into account those interactions, and it shows that it's at least plausible that we could hit 2 degrees of warming before 2035. So any idea that, 2050 is the target for getting emissions down is kind of quite a long way too late. And that even 5 degrees is plausible this century. At 5 degrees, phytoplankton doesn't survive. It might die out quicker than that because the change that we are making is going much faster than in previous periods of global warming and mass extinctions. Phytoplankton produces about half the oxygen we breathe. Past mass extinctions, the most common major causes of past mass extinctions have been global warming, loss of oxygen, and ocean acidification. All of those are happening at the moment at a speed that is the warming is happening thousands of times faster than most of the past periods of global warming. There's the warmer it gets, the harder it gets to slow down. So at 2 degrees, it will be harder to prevent 3 degrees. At 3 degrees, it's not clear that it will be possible to prevent 4 degrees or 5 degrees. Now is the time we have the best chance to do whatever we can to get emissions down, support the natural systems that can draw down carbon, plan for our survival because food security will become an issue, as will obviously, inundation and so on. We can't really keep waiting for another annual plan and another set of plans. We actually need to be dealing with it right now. I could go into more detail about some of the details of how those feedbacks work, but I don't think I've got time for that. But what I'd like to see happen is, what you can do is take the transport system seriously because that's a major source of emissions. It would be possible, but not easy, with a significant shift of focus to make it possible for most people in Christchurch who are able-bodied to get around the city either by active transport or by public transport, by reorganising the transport system to make it safe and effective for that. That's a realistic target, but a very difficult one, but possible. You could do it by 2030. Make it so everybody's got safe protected cycle lanes or slow traffic streets or filtered streets. Get enough public transport happening so that people don't have to take their cars. Think about make sure that our ports are not supporting trawling, because every time you dig up the seabed, you release a whole lot more carbon, and there's studies about that as well, into the sea, and as it goes into the sea, it increases the atmospheric levels as well. Thinking about the airports, obviously it's important that we not have any expansion of flying. There's no such thing as safe, sustainable aviation fuel on a scale. And think about the sewage system that, now's the time to start thinking about what do we do with our sewage when the ocean's rising and will take over our current system. I've got lots more to say, but I haven't got any more time, have I?
You're doing very well. Thank you very much for coming in and bringing that to our attention. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, Simon, please.
My submission is a somewhat narrower focus. I'm here to put in a plug for the Wheels to Wings cycleway. And I've got a short speech here I'd like to read out. So, I've been living just near Nunweek Park for 2.5 years, so I'm a newcomer to what I understand is a 16-year saga so far in alleviating the risks to cyclists on Harewood Road. I try to minimise my carbon footprint and often use Harewood Road to cycle down to Papanui. I also frequently cycle down Wairaki Road, Papanui Road, west up Harewood Road towards the airport and south to Avonhead and Riccarton. Much of that is on collector roads such as Avonhead Road, which have no cycle infrastructure, but which I feel are relatively safe as there is sufficient space. The two-lane section of Harewood Road is another matter altogether, and I'm constantly squeezed to the left close to parked cars, not to mention being shouted at or abused. I fully understand why less confident cyclists refuse to use the road at all. Post-earthquake, Christchurch has constructed an enviable network of cycleways and cycle lanes, some I know against pockets of local opposition. That is a fantastic asset for the city and aligns perfectly with the council's climate action document. You will know this, of course, but 2 bullet points from that document read: in Christchurch, around 30% of vehicle trips are less than 3 kilometres. That's a 15-minute bike ride. Second one, Christchurch has over 70 kilometres of cycleways, making it easy and safe to travel around the city by bike. I could add to that last bullet point, except in the northwest of the city. There's a complete hole in the cycling infrastructure in the northwest. I don't know if you can see that. The sort of hatched area is the lack of cycleway infrastructure. I am therefore strongly in support of continuing work on the cycleway in some form or another, and I'm concerned that there is now a significant risk of the actual cycleway being kicked down the road again and again, and I will be on the wrong side of the grass before any cycling infrastructure is put in place. The current draft annual plan proposal provides almost no improved safety to cyclists using Harewood Road, and calling that work part of the Wheels to Wings cycleway looks a bit like smoke and mirrors to me. From my cyclist point of view, the most significant hazard is created by the narrowness of the 2 lanes. They are about 0.8 metres narrower than traffic lanes in the likes of Aorangi Road and Matson's Ave, which is the crucial difference to a cyclist between feeling comfortable and anxious. I note that in all of the 7 options presented to Council last October in the annual plan briefing, 2 lanes are reduced to 1, thus obviously recognising the primary hazard. However, what we have in the draft annual plan is a retention of the status quo and no improvement to cyclist safety. Yet I understand 15 million is being spent on finalising the Norwest Arc cycleway down the Aorangi Matson's corridor, streets which will have much lower traffic counts and are relatively safe. If the council is committed to A, cycle safety, and B, its climate action policy by encouraging people out of their cars, it is irrational not to continue the good work done so far and complete the Wheels to Wings cycleway. Having said that, I am of the view that many of the cycleways are over-engineered. I've had a look at the 7 options identified as part of the annual plan briefings, and it is unclear to me why there is not an option that focuses on the most dangerous section, that is Greers Road to Nunwick Boulevard. I also think the use of bollards has been too easily dismissed. In recognising the budget constraints, I am advocating for not pushing the budget out and reconsideration of an improved option 6 that includes, from Greers Road to Nunwick Boulevard, painted cycleways against the curb in each direction, separated from cars using a substantial bollard system such as is used in Wellington. Parking would be outside the bollard system. The bollards could then be replaced progressively towards the end of their life with concrete curbing as funds allow. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No, you've only had 16 seconds left, so thank you very much for coming in. That's good.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Wendy, please. Littleton Energy Transition Society.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Wendy Everingham tōku ingoa. Hello, my name's Wendy Everingham, and I'm the co-chair of the Littleton Energy Transition Society.
Wendy, would you mind just moving that way a wee bit so you're just a little bit closer? You've got a lovely soft voice and I'm half deaf.
Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So if anyone didn't hear that, my name's Wendy
Brilliant,
Everingham,
brilliant.
and
Thank
I'm
you.
the chair of it. Okay. So what is the Littleton Energy Transition Society? It's a Littleton not-for-profit charity, and we have a vision to be a zero-emission, sustainable, resilient community with equitable access to energy. We've been operating since November 2023, and just to show you a few of the things that we've been doing in our community, we've been running a series of solar cafes to upskill people about electricity and energy in general, renewable energy. We've been running a bi-monthly speakers series where we get experts from around the area to come and talk to our community about these topics. So far, we've got 41 paid-up members in our community. We've also helped, there was a local emergency hub expo in Littleton last year, so we were giving residents ideas of how they can be more energy resilient in their own homes. Littleton seems to be reasonably good on the energy transition. I just thought I'd throw this one in there. We're the third highest EV society in New Zealand, so there's lots of EVs on the streets. And the most interesting one that we've been involved with of late was we were selected as part of the first ever community energy pilot in New Zealand. So 7 community organisations in Christchurch plus one in Selwyn and one in Oxford were selected to go on a program that was run by Orion, Ariake and the Community Energy Network. So all of them are supportive of trying to make community energy happen in New Zealand. So why is all this happening? Why are people focusing on community energy? Well, it's to do with this energy transition, and as all of you know, by 2050, New Zealand is supposed to be carbon zero. So what does that mean? That means we have to move away from these fossil fuels and to more renewables. So that means that we have to double the amount of electricity generated that we have now in the next 26 years. So the only way we can do that mainly is with renewables. So when renewables start coming into our electricity system, it changes the focus of everything. How the system runs is completely different to how it runs now. So this new world that we're entering into gives opportunities for everybody to be part of the electricity market. So not only the big gentailers, the retailers, the lines companies, the consumers, but the community as well. And that is where LETS is focusing. We want Littleton community, as well as all other communities throughout New Zealand, to have the opportunity to have community energy. And so if you look around, there's so many resources that aren't utilised, and for community, that's rooftops. So we're looking at how we can put solar on rooftops in Littleton so that the community can once again go back to having local ownership and control of electric assets, which it did have in the beginning. And at the same time, by having these community energy supplies, we'll be improving the resilience locally, and we'll be able to share those cheaper prices with our communities and hopefully create more efficient use of energy as well. So I've just thought, in New Zealand at the moment, there's very few community energy projects, but there are some, and I thought you might like to know. Up in the North Island, there's a group called Energise Otaki, and they have installed a community wind farm on a council facility. So what happens with that program is that the electricity that Energise Otaki earns, or the money they earn from selling their electricity to the grid, goes into a community fund, and they then support their community to either change diesel generators to having solar panels and whatever. So they use that money to decarbonise their community. The other group of people in New Zealand who have got into community energy are, quite a few of them, Arise. Arise have been funded to have solar and batteries on their sites. And you would have heard through Cyclone Gabrielle, that's how some of those communities were able to be more resilient through that. But at the same time, by having access to that power all the time, those maraes can support their local people with cheaper power. So I think community energy is a really interesting thing, and I think it's something we should be aiming for. So our community's been looking at where are the rooftops in Littleton that we'd like to have a community energy project. And the rooftop we've selected is the Littleton Recreation Centre. The main reason we'd like this as our community energy project is we already have a community emergency hub established in this building, as well as a gym and as well as council staff. So it would be fantastic if this building could have solar panels and batteries so that when we do have an emergency, we can communicate with the world, we can, keep people safe and warm. The other interesting things for this building is we can supply cheaper power to everybody who resides within that building. And with the big battery that we plan to attach to the building, we also might be able to help Orion when they need grid balancing services. And the other thing that we like about this project is eventually we should be able to generate more money from this electricity business, which we can then put into other community energy projects. So I just thought I'd give you a bird's eye view of what we're actually proposing. This is looking at the roof of the rec centre, and so we'd really love to have 89 solar panels put on the top of it, a big battery, and we also love this site because there's future to expand into other council-owned buildings nearby. This one's a set of community houses, so our surplus power could be used to support the pensioner cottages. And then this one here is where Tyrone and the community board meet and a lot of other community activities happen. Surplus of our power could go to pay for the energy for that building. And then at the back here, there's also a electric vehicle charger, which we hope could become part of the community facilities on offer at that site. So why I'm here today, I don't know if any of you have heard of community power or whether it's on your radar or not, but I think it would be great for this to be in your long-term plan. It would be amazing if, like, our first community energy project in Littleton could be supported. And then it would be even more amazing if you could support all the other community emergency hub buildings around Christchurch to enable community energy to be right through Christchurch. And I think it'll be an amazing project for the council to be involved with. It should be a win-win for everyone. That's my presentation. Oh, and I've got one more slide. That's us if anyone wants to contact us.
Right, Jake, please. Yeah, Jake.
Thank you. Are you aware we actually have the ability to put in special rating zones? So if there was a project in your community, you could actually draw funding from that community for that project.
I had no idea.
Yeah, something to look at.
Thank you.
Pauline? Yeah, Pauline, please.
Have you thought about applying to our sustainability?
We have, but we didn't qualify.
Why not?
Because at the moment they don't want to fund anything to do with solar panels. They don't view the payback. They don't view it as reducing CO2 enough. But I think they should be having a much wider vision. Like, a community energy project's not just about carbon reduction. It's also about building community. It's about helping people in your community that can't afford power.
Yes, and this is about resilience as well. And there's a certain benefit to council as well if we powering that little building. Do you think we could have a look at that to see if the
Sarah might know something about it.
if the criteria is correct for that
I think
fund?
Sarah knows something about the fund. Is that right?
I just say it wouldn't fit with the fund, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't organise it. But we also have a project that is ongoing at the moment, looking at the potential for solar panels across council facilities, and this is a council facility that could qualify for one of those anyway as part of a council program. So that's,
Yes,
if we can
we've
get an
got to-
update on that from Bruce
Yeah.
or whoever, that would be
Yeah.
really good.
It's coming
At
back
that
in.
point, it would be like a addition of the battery as opposed for resilience rather than, yeah.
It's
In
also a
terms of the
question.
fund, sorry, I thought
Yeah.
you had. I'll check out. and
Put the
get back
question,
to you.
sorry.
Rigid our criteria are and whether we can sometimes
we'll
move
look
outside
at
of that.
Yep. Yanni, please. Same thing.
Sorry, just quickly. Have you talked to Civil Defence? Have they supported this, and have they also suggested any funding?
We've talked to them and they're supportive. They haven't suggested any funding, but we've talked to council staff who suggested that maybe this was a good forum to do that.
I think the others have said we've already got a process underway for council facilities. It would be good to get an update on that, but it would also be good to get an update from Civil Defence about what they've been doing around local community hubs. It was something that came out post-earthquake where information centres in local communities were far better as sector posts in the schools. So it'd be really good just to get an update on that together. Cool.
Yeah, thank you. And Tyrone had his hand up.
Thank you. I thought I had my hand up first. Thank you so much, Wendy, and thank you for all that you've done. There's a real buzz around Let's, I think, and it's really great to see and cutting edge. You can see you've piqued the interest of my colleagues. The other thing I would suggest is that the Capital Endowment Fund, which I think it would be a perfect project for that. So just bear that in mind and maybe talk to governance staff about that one. Yes, because it has a benefit for all of Christchurch, Councillor McClellan.
Okay, you're right. Thank you so much, Wendy. Good to see you. Okay, is Mark here, please? No, Mark. We're on time. Malcolm, Quentin, and Finn, please.
Messaging from.
Kia ora koutou. We're very pleased to be able to pass a few comments on the annual plan, just to remind everybody or to let everybody know who we are. We're a network of community-based catchment groups. There's over 25 groups now along the river. We see ourselves as a community voice for the river, and we really want to promote the regeneration of the environment along this really special treasure in South Christchurch. The first thing we wanted to comment on specifically was the Lower River Guidance Plan. We've been involved in this for quite a long time, and it's really great to see funding supported, committed to this. We've got planning underway, and we think that the rejuvenation of the Woolston Loop in particular, which is kind of, as most of us know, a fairly heavily industrial area, it's going to have significant benefits for that ecologically sensitive part of the river. And at the same time, we see different units within the council working together, which we think is a very good thing.
We're taking this opportunity just to remind you, as if you need reminding, that sediment is the biggest issue for the river. I know that the Port Hills plan is underway and it's being written, but I guess our message is it couldn't come quick enough, and we'd like to be involved. We intend to be involved, but it's taken quite a while before we can get to that point. And of course, once we have a plan, it's going to take quite a lot of commitment to get sort of landscape scale revegetation going on the Port Hills. So just a reminder that that's where we're heading, and it's going to take some commitment. And just under the general topic of biodiversity, it's obvious from the LTP that there's a greater awareness of the importance of biodiversity in the council, and for that, we're appreciative. Although we haven't seen a lot of action that we could say says things that are improving. Pest plants in particular remain a considerable risk, and the coordination of the whole biodiversity response is the important part that we look to council for. So many aspects to that. We've made some recommendations in our submission, but that whole coordination thing of making the whole council and the community work in the same direction is very important. A part of that is the urban forest planting, which I think we think is excellent, and we're very supportive of it, especially that along the river corridor, and we're certainly doing what we can to make that work.
Yes, this slide is really talking about the improving urban waterways and urban stormwater detention and treatment retrofit programs. Bit of a mouthful. And we really just want to underline their importance. Our rivers and streams are natural infrastructure. They deliver a range of ecosystem services, reduce flooding, and so on. And we'd really like to see those programs recognise that and prioritise naturalisation rather than just replacing existing concrete channels with new concrete channels to move water as fast as possible, because that just results in flooding downstream. And we're a bit concerned with the initial proposed quantum of the spend, particularly in regards to the retrofit program. This year, the proposed spend is $5,000. I'm not sure how much you can do with that. So we'd like to see the more impactful years of the program brought forward and the overall budget increased. And the Climate Resilience Fund. So we broadly support the proposed fund policy, but we've made some suggestions on changes and clarifications. So the big one is that the policy as drafted suggests that the fund should be spent on implementing adaptation plans, which makes sense. But at the moment, the adaptation planning process is primarily focused on the coastal hazards rather than inland hazards like river flooding or fires on the Port Hills. So we'd kind of like to see a commitment from the council that adaptation plans will be developed for those inland hazards, and then that those will be eligible for funding from the new Resilience Fund. We support the exceptional cases qualifier, but we'd also like to see the scope widened slightly so that if a community group or similar organisation such as Papatipu Runanga develop a adaptation plan, the fund can be used to contribute towards that. And then finally, just on the 30-year reserve period, we support that the fund needs to accumulate over time. But that doesn't mean that adaptation action overall should be deferred for 30 years. Climate change is a problem now. 30 years wouldn't be doing future generations or current young people any favours.
And I just want to finish with thanks to all the staff and councillors, including everyone here today. I think over my time with the OHRM, we've seen a measurable increase in the relationships between our communities and especially the frontline community rangers. And, we've had very heartened by the response we've received from the community boards in the area and the councillors. And I'd just say it's much appreciated by not only us on the OHRM committee, but also the people out doing the planting, and that we're able to communicate that to them. I think it's important that people see this at a time when confidence in local government sometimes wavers, but this is an area where I think is a very positive interaction, and we hope that this will continue. So.
Thank you. Yanni, please.
Thank you for your detailed submission. Just had one question about the kind of retrofitting of the treatment facilities, like the filtration systems. I'm just aware that we spent a lot of money in Bells Creek with putting lots of stuff in, quite expensive rather than natural, but mechanical. Have you looked at the benefits of those interventions versus the naturalizations? Or have you got a sort of preference around the mechanical versus the natural?
We haven't. We've been hoping that the council might come up with some research to show the benefits of that system. There was talk of there being a research project. I haven't seen it. We'd obviously prefer natural, but there isn't a lot of space at times. So, sometimes you just have to do what's the best that you can. A mixture of both would be great. There's some very novel underground filtration systems that can be retrofitted these days. But yeah, they are not natural.
Tim, please.
Yeah, thank you. And just thank you for acknowledging our staff. I suppose at times they feel like the piggy in the middle, so they do really try. So thank you very much. And I know you guys work closely with them, and it is getting better. Nothing's perfect, and it's always a journey. So thank you very much.
Celeste.
You talked about the urban waterways budget. I've missed the quantum that you said that's currently in there for naturalising it.
Yeah, I don't think I mentioned the quantum for that specific program, but the retrofit program was $5,000.
It's only $5,000 for the retrofit.
That's my understanding.
So, what did you have an idea of what you think would be, or I guess we can get staff advice on that, but obviously 5,000 isn't going to get you much.
It goes up to 1.9 million in 2 years, so that would be nice.
Okay.
I'm sure it's to do with investigation.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The stormwater basins we've got at the Adventure Park and Eastman Basin, Sutherland's Basin, which are cutting off the top end of the runoff. It captures it before it gets to the river. Are you noticing that the river is better up the higher reaches than it was with all the work that we've done? Because we've probably spent the thick end of $200 million.
Well, our understanding is they were primarily for flood control, and that obviously is a key objective. We have a concern that, in fact, we've seen maybe an unintended consequence in terms of sediment being, instead of a large flush event that we might see for a flood, we're now seeing the release of the water over several days and the river is brown, and then we have another rain event, and then we have the ponds having to be emptied ahead of that, hold on, and then emptied again. So we are seeing, unfortunately, we don't have much of a baseline. We do have a concern that the main stem of the river is probably got a higher sediment load after the use of those basins, but we've thought about ways to research that, and we've asked around. Anecdotally, that appears to be our impression at least. So we are a little concerned it may have had an unintended consequence.
Because one of the things we were a bit concerned about after the Port Hills fire, when large areas got stripped of vegetation, then it rains and go, holy hell, it's all going to be turned to custard. But we did go in there, and I can't remember how many, there's lots of cubic metres of silt we took out of those ponds, which would have normally ended up in the river. So it must be making some sort of difference.
Certainly the grit, the heavy stuff comes out.
Yeah.
But that's more of a sediment issue. But in terms of what the fish and other life in the river see, if it's cloudy, it's still a stress on them, and that's the issue.
No. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. That's good. Okay. Mark, here he comes. Hello, Mark.
Good afternoon. As a former cyclist that travelled on his way to work down Herwood Road from Greers Road, I got to know the route very well. There are adequate bike lanes there already. One of the considerations is that the residents who may be parking their car on the street need to be encouraged to park their car up their driveway, and likewise to encourage any visitors to park their cars up their driveway. The Bupa residential place, the visitors there could be encouraged to park actually in the very ample and generous car park in the Bishopdale area. Obviously the charity hospital needs special consideration. There was only two cyclists when I was working, but prior to COVID, biking at 7:30 down Herwood Road. And we would either dismount when we came to the charity hospital and then walk along the footpath if there were cars parked outside. You gave yourself about 5 minutes or 10 minutes even to enable to do that. Copenhagen Bakery really they had to be admired, for relocating following the earthquake to Harewood Road, and they've got clientele and customers. Again, sometimes they would dismount and then walk along the footpath and then mount up again. There seems to be there's, and I applaud. The method, the idea to try and link, the cycleway from Harewood Road through to Aorangi Road. So that's, and as a resident really of just off Waireki Road, we understand there's going to be disruption, and but the thought of Harewood Road be disrupted, it's an arterial route, and I garden for Age Concern, and I garden in Greers Road, Highstead Road, and I'm frequently sort of travelling in that area. And the thought of essential services like ambulances, hospitals, hospital people, and the fire brigade, of being deterred by disruptions of maybe an idea to extend what is unnecessary in terms of other cycle routes, cycle paths. That's it's as of concern. So I guess in other parts of Christchurch, to prevent or to deter residents, from and other business people from parking outside on major arterial routes, there is yellow lines, and so even if yellow lines are made right along the extent of Harewood Road, that would ensure that people could cycle much more safely than they are at the moment. So that's only from the other thing is the people travelling off the main northern arterial route of Johns Road. They come down Gardeners Road, they turn left sometimes, get into Harewood on their way to Papanui. So they want to arrive safely at work. But one difficulty is the people travelling down Harewood Road are trying to cross or turn right into Greers. There's no green light. So people take risks. Even if you angle yourself out a little out into the road and make it clear to the oncoming traffic coming the opposite way, that opposite car sometimes is inconsiderate and then will really force the motorists really to take unnecessary risks to try and turn right. So it's known, really that of the two major routes, I would think, leading into our international airport of Memorial Ave and Harewood Road. And Harewood Road is busy and will come busier. So Kia needs to be thinking, thought, with subtle little differences of it can be improved, safety for the cyclists and motorists. But to the thought of reducing it down to from its present 2 either way, down to 1 is horrendous. Okay.
All good? Right, all good. Celeste.
It's just a quick one. So you'd be comfortable with the loss of parking along that road?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay, all good. Okay, thank you very much. No more questions. Thank you for coming in. Very much appreciated. Righto, James, I see you sitting there. Haven't seen you for ages, mate. Well done.
I've been around. I do speak with a wee bit of an accent, so I hope you can understand me. I've been here 21 years, so it's not going to change. Kia ora, ko James Toka Ingwa. I'm the manager of Youth Alive Trust, and I've been with the Trust for just over 20 years now. And we're a youth and community development agency based in New Brighton, and I've been serving young people in whānau on the east of Christchurch for over 35 years. There were a large variety of programs like weekly youth clubs and youth workers in schools, community events, Oscar programs, holiday programs, music school, parenting programs, mana ake, leadership development, and the likes. I did think actually before I started my submission, I just wanted to say a wee thank you to you guys as councillors. I'm not political in any way, but I recognise that anybody who kind of steps up to the plate and says, I'll choose me. I think it takes guts and is bold, and you're always in the firing line, and you're always going to get people hating you and keyboard warriors. And I don't come to these things very often, so I admire you for doing what you do. You'll never get many likers, but good on you guys for doing what you do, and thank you. Anyway, rather than that, let's get on with it. So I just wanted two things I want to talk about. Firstly, I'm part of a project to build a new play area in Raffiti Domain. New Brighton Catholic School, with the support of a few local community organisations, including Youth Alive Trust, are advocating for the development of a play area in the domain immediately outside of the school. The school's got approximately 210 students already using the area for sport and recreation at lunch and break times. The area is already designated as a school play area in the Raffiti Domain and Thompson Park Management Plan, where a fort and a basketball hoop already exists. Apart from that, there's just grass, trees and shrubs, and this is the main area that the children use every day for their playtime. Central New Brighton is a growing area with many new housing developments, and Raffiti Domain is the closest green space to most of these new residents. It's also the closest green space to Youth Alive Trust when running our programmes. We're advocating for a council, community, school partnership that will provide a play space for school children in our local community. Last year we did a presentation to the Waitai Coastal Bearwood Linwood Community Board, who gave the go-ahead to council park staff to work on a plan and cost estimate, and there are already other examples of this types of school community development partnerships in the city. The current fort doesn't meet current health and safety standards, and the parks team have already inspected it and know that renovation is needed. We know that there are other areas in the domain that young people can play, such as the Children's Natural Play Area, spearheaded by Kathy Baker. However, this area is too far away from the school for the school children to enjoy every day, and there's different types of play equipment that we're proposing. Thompson Park's about 1.5k away, South Brighton Domain is about 3k away. So we're already working with the council parks team, who can also see the need for this play area, partly due to the upcoming decommissioning of an old play area outside of the canopy. They also love the idea of a council community school partnership, and the school PTFA, which I'm also a part of, is offering to help raise a large proportion of the funds needed. And doing this will help with existing council systems, doing it through the existing council systems, planning and the parks team. It should also help with the current CPTED, or crime prevention through environmental design process, that the council's currently undertaking. So just in brief, we're hoping to kind of have a pump track, gaga pit, agility course, a whare, football field, some swings, larger rope swings, and the likes. So my request to you today is, firstly, if you could set aside some funding from project ID 73980 to renew the fort on site to meet the current health and safety regs, and then consider this project when allocating parks budgets in the annual plan. Part one. Second part of my submission is regarding the lack of car parking in the Roy Stokes Hall. This is a massive hall with side rooms, kitchen, stage and storage, and it was built after the community fundraising in the 1970s. After the earthquake, Central New Brighton School moved off-site to the merged Raffiti School, leaving the land and the hall. After a process, Development Christchurch Limited sold the school land to a housing developer. But the hall was saved after a big public outcry. After a tender process, Youth Alive Trust, was chosen as custodians of the hall on behalf of the community back in late 2023. The hall is currently used every day and night by a large variety of groups, including circus school, dance groups, arts programs, events, markets, self-defense classes, Zumba, cultural events, and a few more. Only a small section behind the hall was kept for hall use when originally sold, which is only enough for about 6 car parks. There is parking in front of the hall for another 3, and there's some street parking. However, with the new Brighton Gateway project coming, some more of the street parking will be lost, and we're concerned that groups won't want to use this hall because the parking will be too difficult or too far away. However, there is land behind the hall that's currently not being used. We have had discussions with the landowner, and he's open to offers to purchase the land for car parking for the good of the hall and for the good of the community. If we had been involved from the start, I think we'd have lobbied DCL not to sell so much of the land and to keep some of it for car parking. Here's some pictures you'll see of the car park behind the hall. You can see it's quite limited. A side road where you can get in and out of that car park, and then the street parking out the front, which is also quite limited. This is a Google Maps image. You can see where the hall is, the current car parking, and then this is the land just behind it, which isn't being used at the moment, and it's just derelict land. For starters, we're in a pretty good opportunity where the landowner is open for sale. We've had discussions with Celeste as well, which you might comment on soon. We are aware that there is a car park over the road which is used by the museum, but this is actually owned by the Seaside Corner groups of shops who've earmarked that for their staff and for their customers, and we know that once the Gateway project into Brighton gets online, those car parks will be quite limited. Yes, I know there's car parking down in Hawke Street by the other shops, but again, with the development of the commercial area of New Brighton, this area will also be pretty premium and limited. I just think this is an opportunity we've got that we don't want to regret not doing everything possible to take it. If we don't take it, we'll never get this opportunity to get that land again, because they will build houses on it. And it's for the long-term viability, not just of the hall, of its current users, but its future users too. So I'm requesting that the council investigates what price the current landowner will be willing to sell the land for. I've not had that conversation with him yet. That the council would look at cost-saving options in the Gateway to New Brighton plan by not changing the street parking outside the hall and earmarking some of that budget to purchase the car parking land instead, and that the council would earmark some funding to repurchase the land originally sold by DCL for car parking. I'm sorry, that was very wordy.
No, that's right.
But that's it.
Yeah,
Questions?
Kelly, then Jake, please.
Thanks, James. And we had Chris from the Circus Trust along to speak to Community Board. In your discussions with the landowner, was there ever any mention as to whether he'd be interested in a land swap at all?
I didn't ask him.
Yeah.
I just don't think I'm necessarily the right person to negotiate because I've got nothing to negotiate with.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. Maybe that question, Celeste, had that been brought up at all? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. I understand you're anticipating there'll be a future parking issue there with your current needs and with great developments that are happening in New Brighton. How big is the problem at the moment? Is there a problem at the moment?
Mm-hmm. It's not a problem if you've got a class of 10 kids doing a dance class or a circus school, but when we have events of 50, 100 people, it is a problem. But often those are in the evenings.
Because you look at it and you go, there's a massive car park just about a block away.
It's 331 metres.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Hawke Street car park.
Yeah.
The Hawke Street car park. And you do realise there's going to be a massive commercial development there as well. And to ask people to use the hall, go and park in that car park if you can find a spot. And we've got big plans for New Brighton. There might not be any car park. There's an opportunity here. And might in future years go, maybe we should have taken that. That's where I'm sat.
And the land behind the shops belongs to the shops, doesn't it?
The land on the corner, where
no, down at Hawke Street further.
Yeah, it's private land. It's not council land. That's correct.
Tim, please.
Yeah, thank you. Because if you look at that site, you're looking at around about 40 car parks tops. What are the numbers? You know, like when you are having a big event, is that because I mean we do have to weigh up cost versus value.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering, how many cars would you get with you, and how often would you fill the hall?
How many times would we?
Well, would it be 6 times a year? So would it be once every 2 months, or would it be more than that? Or
Well, the Zumba class gets around 25, 30 people.
Yep.
So, I mean, if they all bring individual cars, I know that's not the ideal, but it could be relatively full from that. Some of the times the circus school might get 20 on an average class. But if there's an art class on at the same time, because there's two separate sides to it, and then it depends on the size of the events.
So when you're doing those types of classes, some of those would be in the evening?
Yep, that's
correct. So there's surely, so the road's not full, as in parking on the road's not full 24/7, is it? So you'd only be needing extra car parking when it was actually a full event in the hall, surely.
Well, if we've got like about 9 car parks on site,
Yep.
the chances are most events would need more than 9 car parks.
But
And there is going to be a redevelopment of that streetage into New Brighton to take away some more of those car parks too.
Okay, we're running out of time, but James, just one thing that I was under the impression of, that when the that upgrade of Seaview Road happens, all the car parks down that side of the road vanish, your side of the road vanish for the new cycleway that's going down there. Is that correct?
I understand most of them do, yeah.
Yeah.
There is some talk of redeveloping some extra car parking. I think Celeste will know a bit more about that.
And it happens. Okay.
It's almost both sides. Currently, there's yellow lines along that road. So once this shared path goes in, there will be almost no car parks. So we've added in a couple here and there, but there's quite a cost to that. So this would be more efficient in terms of cost.
Yep, that's when it happens. Okay. Right. Thank you very much, James.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you, bud. Appreciate that. Okie doke. Kate, please. And friends.
I'll take in Vicky first. Because we have Megan first, and then I'll swap out with those guys.
Yeah, maybe shuffle over this. Yeah.
All good? The floor is entirely yours.
Kia ora mai tātou. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to our submission. Before we get into it, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. So we're from the Christchurch Youth Council, a youth-led organisation of 25 rangatahi volunteers aged 12 to 24 who advocate for youth voice through surveying, submission writing and running events. Our goal is to have young people be represented in as many avenues as possible. Everything that we do is guided by our kaupapa points, which are to strengthen youth voice, encourage active citizenship, create inclusive spaces for young people, build relationships and uplift diversity amongst youth. Also, I just want to say that we would love to work with you more on our Memorandum of Understanding with CCC. Anyway, kia ora, my name is Whatuariki. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Christchurch Youth Council, and I'm also joined here today by...
Hi, I'm Ashwini Rajesh. I'm the Secretary of Christchurch Youth Council.
I'm Beth. I'm the Communications Officer of CYC. My role is in engagement and submissions, so hopefully we'll be in touch more in the future.
My name's Vicky and I'm lucky enough to be the chairperson of CYC this year.
I'm Tom and I'm an executive member.
I'm Lucas and I'm a general member. Awesome. So continued funding for CYC is really essential in order for us to be able to keep doing the work we're doing, but also expand the work we're doing. So the work we do, we enable young people to participate in civic engagement, leadership training, and also community initiatives that create safe spaces for young people. So we urge the council to commit to long-term financial support for youth engagement programs and strengthen partnerships with youth-led organisations. As we know, those aged 18 to 24 we have the lowest voter turnout rates and also lowest survey responses in council submissions. So one of the main responsibilities of CYC is to gauge youth perspective on issues of local and national significance. So along with our social media presence, one way we do this is with the Youth Takeover Survey, which Tom will now talk about.
The Youth Takeover Survey is an annual initiative that allows the Christchurch Youth Council to capture and amplify the voices of young people from across the city. Conducted in collaboration with Youth Voice Canterbury, the survey is an extremely valuable tool to understand the perspectives and shifting views of young people on topics of local and regional importance. Our most recent Youth Takeover Survey, conducted in January to April this year, has indicated that wellbeing and mental health is front of mind for young people today. This is followed by the need for accessible and reliable public transportation systems, scoping for a CBD shuttle, broader action on climate resilience, as well as increased funding for youth engagement to empower young decision making. Christchurch Youth Council's submission is based on initial results from the 2025 Youth Takeover Survey, as well as the summaries from the 2024 survey, and the responses of rangatahi from across the wider Christchurch area. We will be reviewing and summarising the 2025 survey in the next month, and then results will be available for councillors and CCC staff.
Affordable and accessible transport is essential for young people to get to school, work and social opportunities. Many of us rely on buses every day, and while current youth fares are good, any increases would make public transport harder to afford, especially with the cost of living and low youth incomes. Keeping fares low supports independence and access as well. We also want to see improved safety on public transport. Many young people feel unsafe, which puts them off from using it, and better safety measures would encourage confident and consistent use. Improving walking and cycling infrastructure is also important, as many young people travel this way every single day. We support more investment to make active transport safer and more accessible. We also support the Council's proposal to explore a central city shuttle. This would help young people move safely and affordably, and youth input should be central to its design. Lastly, we'd like to see better bus routes to the new youth hub. It's a vital space for youth wellbeing, but hard to reach at this current time without reliable transport.
We strongly support continued investment in climate adaptation, sustainable infrastructure, and the Climate Resilience Fund. Over the past few years, our Youth Takeover Survey results have consistently shown that climate change is one of the biggest concerns for young people. To strengthen the Council's climate commitments, we encourage youth involvement in climate initiatives and representation on the Climate Resilience Fund Allocation Board, expanding green spaces and urban biodiversity projects, investment in renewable energy and waste reduction initiatives, and tangata whenua representation, and prioritising the red zone for rewilding and native planting. Giving young people agency through decision-making power, opportunities to take action, and funding to lead initiatives means climate action that will be intergenerational, inclusive, and future-focused.
As seen in our youth takeover, there's been quite a strong desire for maintenance of funding and enhancement of community spaces like our libraries, our pools, and our recreational facilities. Because these provide a safe space for youth. We ask that there be some looking into tūranga for longer hours, as this provides a safe study space for after school, increased investment in the youth hub for how its potential and how so far it's been able to bring youth together. Youth spaces, we would ask that they are continued to be considered in urban planning. These spaces are crucial for giving youth a place that they feel safe, ensuring better mental health, and places that they can belong and feel and find enjoyment in that they might not be able to find in school or home. We also ask that there is some increasement to funding for youth mental health, investing in these spaces and services designed for young people benefits the entire community, making Christchurch more vibrant and connected and supported for future generations.
Cool. So the safety and well-being of young people must remain a priority. We support policies that create a safer and healthier city. For example, stronger measures to address alcohol-related harm, which was in relation to our local alcohol policy submission. So this could look like accessible public transport late at night, and also education for bar staff around nightlife dangers. Another one of our ideas was investment in youth-focused mental health support services, such as the Christchurch Youth Hub, and also other outreach programs, as our Youth Takeover Survey consistently shows high numbers of rangatahi feel this is a major issue. Ensuring public spaces are safe and inclusive for all members of the community, which can look like increased youth worker presence, for example, in the Christchurch Bus Interchange, as well as support for unhoused individuals, as our surveys always reflect a very high number of young people feel cost of living is a major issue.
As we explained in our submission, we are aware of the financial pressures facing the council and the difficulty that comes into this when looking at rates increases. However, rates increases need to be balanced when looking at the rising cost of living. Though you may not think of young people as the ones who pay rates, rates affect almost all rangatahi, either directly or indirectly. There are many young people who are renting, who are students, and who don't have very high incomes but lots of expenses. And there are also young people who come from households whose families feel the strain of the rising cost of living. We hope the council will help support affordability by doing things like prioritising funding for essential youth services in public spaces and prioritising affordable public transport and public transport subsidies, and through actions like providing transparency around how rates contribute to services that impact young people. We must also acknowledge the realities of council debt and the relationship between financial decisions made today and their impact on future generations. As young people, we will be the ones who will be most affected by these long-term financial commitments, and so our voices are important now when decisions are being made to ensure that Christchurch remains an affordable, accessible and future-focused city for generations to come.
To conclude, it is vital that CCC's annual plan ensures that young people have a meaningful voice in shaping the future of Ōtautahi. This can be achieved by young people receiving support to contribute to these conversations via platforms like the Youth Hub and CYC. Please increase our funding. Young people also need to be able to access these platforms physically through safe, sustainable, well-connected public transport, as well as financially. Rates increases need to be balanced with making the cost of living more affordable or expanding on current recreational facilities, for example, extending library open hours. Sustainability-wise, youth should be actively involved in the Climate Resilience Fund, and alternative revenue streams should be explored to reduce long-term debt, so that when our generation becomes leaders of today, we can reach our full potential for this city. Thank you for your time this afternoon and ongoing support. We really appreciate the opportunity to provide this submission, and we're keen to work together in the future with you to create a city where young people can thrive. And of course, if young people are thriving, that is usually a pretty good indicator that everyone else will too. Do you guys have any any questions for us?
Right. You did all that on one breath. You're doing a lovely job. Kelly, please.
Thank you. Look, guys, thanks for having the courage and the interest to come in and talk to us. You know, it's a big step when you're a young person to come into the crucible, you know, and put your opinions across. I love the fact that you, you know, talk about shifting views of young people. And, you know, when I think of my own life and the biggest impact that changed my view of young people, and I have children probably a bit older than you guys, was the student volunteer army during the earthquakes. I think they transformed basically the way a lot of people saw young people after those earthquakes, because they imagined students as not being interested so much in that sort of volunteering. My question to you guys is there anything that you can find to volunteer for or to be involved with, to contribute to the city, to help change those perceptions that people have? Got any thoughts?
So do you mean like things we're doing to like help, like for example with the student volunteer army, that sort of like
anything like that, any initiatives?
Yeah, well, one of the projects we're doing right now is a shoe drive. So Tom is the group project leader for that. But we've contacted high schools around. We've contacted high schools around Christchurch, and also there's high schools who are going to be doing stuff within their schools to be able to donate shoes, and we have a list of lower decile schools who are in need of shoes, so we're going to distribute those shoes.
That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Those are the sort of things you can hang your hat on, and you know, and show your involvement and change perception. So, well done, congratulations. Thank you.
Tyler, please. No, I won't have time for your one, Yanni. Tyler.
Kia ora koutou. I got some really quick ones for you. Hopefully the mayor will let us have some buffer time. But the first one is the feeling of safety in the bus exchanges. Could you talk to us about your experience in those bus exchanges, and maybe elaborate a little bit more about what would make you feel safer in those bus exchanges and on the buses?
I think a lot of people have mixed experiences in bus exchanges. They're very important for us because, as we've said, we really rely on public transport. Most people need it. Most people go to it at least once a week, probably more. But there kind of seem to be a lot of issues with the security guards and their conduct. And I think one thing that a lot of young people have talked about is wanting youth workers in that space, wanting more spaces like the Igloo, which is a great space, but it does close kind of before the hours where most people tend to feel more unsafe when they're in that space. And just in town in general, it's often just issues that are in general, just also in the bus exchange. So we love
Awesome.
youth workers.
Thank you so much. I don't want to roast security guards in public, but that's one of the things that I've heard too, particularly around vaping and whatnot. The next one is around student rates at pools. Now, we've had UCSA come through and say that they'd love a student rate at a pool at around $5 per visit. What does that sound like to you guys? I know there's high school rates. Some of you may be in university and some of you may be in high school. What do you think about it?
That's pretty good.
Cool. The next one, last one is around...
Hang on.
It's my portfolio, you know.
You've been learning off the master.
Tony Yanni.
Okay. Now I feel guilty and have to let him speak. Tim, then Yanni.
Whilst I try not to think of Kelly's life and things, a lot of your concerns and your questions were over transport. So I'm just wondering, have you talked to ECAN about and presented to ECAN about those? Because it does seem to me that they're more worried about the future of AI, which is not their core business, but and left kind of transport out. So I'm just asking. So, and what was their reaction?
Worried about salary and jobs.
Yes.
We have done a little bit of collaboration, especially with the ECAN Youth Dropper, which is ECAN's youth group over there. We have submitted to the CCC ECAN panel on the changes that are happening to the public transport system, but in regard to that one, we haven't submitted to them yet.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
And Yanni.
Cool. Thank you. Just a question on, and thank you for the work that you've done and the extensive submission. Really cool to hear your views. Just in regards to the Central City Shuttle, when we've looked at it before, one of the other ideas that people have put forward is free within the 4 Avs. So you could get on any bus within the 4 Avs and travel within the 4 Avs for free. I was just curious if you guys had a view on that compared to like the Central City Shuttle.
Just bouncing off what we heard from the Youth Takeover Survey, which is our survey that we do once a year, young people said that was really beneficial to be able to easily get around the city just in general. So that idea could be really beneficial, particularly where there's quite a distance between bus connections. So having that option of sort of like just free buses in the centre city to get you from Morehouse over to Beeley might be really beneficial for young people.
Thank you very much. That's good. Spot on. And thank you so much, all of you, for making the effort to come in. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we have Carl, Pam, and Lionel. And Lionel's, there's Carl. Yep. And Pam is on Zoom as well. Maybe see two of you.
Yeah, Pam should be doing it as well.
There you go. All three of you. Good to see you all.
So I see you've crossed me out in my 5 minutes. So my 5 minutes is a personal submission. It's not part of Federated Farmers.
You combine
Someone's just done that.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes, and you just talk for the last 5. How's that grab you?
We've combined the 10 and 5.
I'll be able to follow the time. Okay, that's fine.
Rightio. Fire away, whoever wants to talk.
All right, so I'll start. What we'll do is we'll probably go through our submission. We'll give Pam time to go through her submission, and then you can ask questions to all of us. Because Pam, as a resident of Banks Peninsula, has much more intended views in terms of what the actual outcomes are of the plan, and being a representative as well. All right, so I presume that all the councillors have read our submission. So we'll just just go over a few key points.
Yep.
Just section 1.10 is just because we haven't had a huge amount of membership involvement in annual plans this year, but there is a lot happening in the regulatory space. So that we that may be why there's a bit lower response rate to the consultation process this year.
So, Carl, I'll just add there that the consultation that City Council have had has been enormous over the last 6 weeks almost. Banks Peninsula meets sites for us, water services bill, or well, not bill, but water services, and whether they should be in-house or new organisation, plan change 7. The list of consultation is just endless at the moment.
Yeah, so it just backs up what the comment there. So our biggest concern from Federated Farmers is the annual rates increase, which, although it's great to see that it is slightly down for 25-26, but our rural members, their increase is looking more. The average rate is meant to be 7.58 increase, and for the rural ratepayers, we're looking at 8.43, and we feel that's a bit unfair, obviously. But what we're biggest concerned about is the fact that the rate increase proposed for 26-27 to be just about double what the long-term plan forecast was at 10.38, as opposed to the forecast of 5.8, and then 8.62 for the following year. So there is some concern about those, because that sort of looks like we've got a softening the blow this year, but putting it up higher in the future, especially when we've got an inflation of 2%.
So, Carl, could I just say there that the increase this year for 7.58% across the board mostly, but for us as myself as a rural ratepayer, we're 8.43%. So why have we got that difference between what the average of everybody else pays and mine is ours is almost 1% more. So we would like to understand why that happens. Do I pay more as a rural ratepayer because I'm living on a shingle road? What's the reason I pay more than someone else?
Yeah, exactly. And our other main concern is the additional spend on staff costs and salaries of 11.7 million is very hard to justify in the current economic times. We're just wondering how much work is there going to be being done that may potentially not need to be done when the central government's changing rules. We would just want to make sure that there's not money being wasted, continuing with current plans when you're going to have to redo them all again in a year's time or 2 years' time. So our recommendation is that ensure the rate increase for remote rural properties does not exceed that of the urban residential rate increase. Mm-hmm. And we are glad to see the fact that the Climate Resilience Fund was funded and it was agreed, and we look to see hopefully more input on that as the submission and consultation happens for those Port Levy landowners.
So I just wondered whether there was an opportunity for us, those of us that are not in those areas, but outside those of the area that's already had that climate main discussion, if we could be working with the council to be looking at, the roading network, just to make sure that the bridges and there's some work could be done with us as rural landowners.
Yeah, I agree, Pam. All right, well, I'm going to hand over to Pam to go over her submission now, and then once it's finished, we can...
No, let's just do the questions around that, because my one doesn't relate to any rural particular...
Any of that stuff? Cool, all right.
Yep.
All right, if we have any questions, please.
Yeah, right, Carl. We have Tyrone and Sarah.
Hi, thanks all for the submission, and really clear, and I absolutely hear you over the rural ratepayer rises. It's been pretty tough. So are you advocating that? So obviously we've just done a process of doing a coastal hazards adaptation plan for Littleton Harbour and Port Levy as discussed. So are you advocating that Akaroa Harbour and areas around there should be the primary focus the next cab off the rank, as it were, to help defend our rural communities?
I would say yes. You know, if there was a possibility, it'd be nice to have two of them going at once, but, you know, the cost of it may not be. But certainly our roading networks are important, you know, and the state highway links are vital. You know, if we don't have that state highway link, we won't have our communities. So, yes, we need to be working on that.
Thanks, Pam.
Yep, right. So that's both. Sarah's question was answered with that one. So, Pam, would you like to carry on with yours, please?
Right. Well, mine is very short, sweet too. And I noticed that there was in the template that was sent in along with the annual plan had a capital expenditure project template there, and I just say thanks very much for that. It made it very much easier for us to know what was happening in the Banks Peninsula ward. But I just did notice that the Pigeon Bay seawall was on that, and we've been coming to the council for many years asking for something to do, and I'm delighted to see it's actually at this stage is acknowledged in as being in has got a budget against it. So very delighted to see that, and I've just put a couple of pictures in it. Now those have it has declined since last year. If you happen to go back and have a look at last year's pictures, you'll see what this year's pictures are telling you. So I have been coming for some time about that issue. So, and we would welcome the opportunity to work with the council to resolve that. Kukapa Hostel, which is, it's been a proposal, a mental health group associated with Kurarata have been wanting to lease this hostel, but before that happened, the hostel has to be upgraded. So it's been in the pipeline for a long time, and look, it'll take more than what the 400 and something odd thousand that's identified as a line item in the annual plan. And I'm suggesting that we have some discussions with the community and look at how we might use it, and whether it goes back to something that's like in Robinson's Bay, that's got the shell or the footprint of the building and some signage and things. If it's in a dangerous state, it needs to be removed. It's very dark. And yes, it's not a very inviting sort of situation it is in. So I've said there that looking for an opportunity for our community to discuss both of those matters with the City Council, and for us to have some input and in some way to be involved and find a solution. And I just wanted to finish there with an accolade and from some thanks from our Pigeon Bay community about the opportunities that we get of working with the City Council and the facilities team to look after our Pigeon Bay Hall. And I've just been at the facilities management hui yesterday at the Multicultural Centre, so it was good to catch up with everybody in the team. But I do notice in the community board their submission that there was the repairs for earthquake repairs need to be undertaken, and I totally and wholeheartedly support that. It's not that far away. I didn't actually pick it up in the template that said anything about it, but would totally endorse that we look at making those repairs, and that we as a community can actually help along the way. So yeah, we want to be involved in that. So there's very briefly just the things that I picked up out of the annual plan in relation to Pigeon Bay. So thank you for the opportunity to come along, and thank you for the support that we get from the City Council. The more you give, the more you get. So, you know, we've had some great working opportunities, so thank you.
Okay, well, you must have done a very good job because there is no questions. Oh, of course.
Sorry, Pat, thanks, Tyrone again, Pam. So thanks again, and yeah, good that you raised Kukapa Hostel there.
Yes.
So yeah, that's been obviously a very interesting one, and you'll be aware that there was significant opposition to previous proposals from adjacent residents. So is there a really strong community desire to see that reinstated? And are there ideas kind of bouncing around to do something with that?
Look, we haven't had any discussion, and this is my view at the moment.
Yeah.
I'd just say that we haven't got the capacity in Pigeon Bay to look after any more buildings
Yeah.
or any more reserves, really. We've got the Pigeon Bay Hall, we've got the Reserve Committee, we've got an historic church that we're looking after, and what more can, I mean, look, we're at the limit of what we can do, and something else to look after. So it would be a simple solution. So I'm just saying, well, let's see what is really going on, and can we find something that's more cost effective.
Thanks, Pam. And because yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like, it's probably, you'd probably like easily sink $1 million into that building.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
It's got no power, it's got no sewage system, nothing is up to date, and it's surrounded by a whole lot of very tall trees.
Yes, it's very well covered. All right, brilliant. Thank you so much, Pam. Cheers.
Okay. And that's it. So thank you, Pam, Lionel and Carl for the effort you've made, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Can I stay on and listen to the next ones?
Yeah. Don't see why not. Yep. Right. And who is young Harry down there?
I'm here in my capacity as the chairman of the working party, setting up an emergency response team for the Eastern Peninsula. That's the Akaroa Harbour settlements and the Outer Bays, all the stuff that happens after Hilltop. So we're working to strengthen community resilience against natural disasters, planning, training, organising resources, all that good stuff. As I'm sure you appreciate, our area is fairly vulnerable in the case of a natural disaster. Fire, flood, snow, you name it. Maybe we get a few of them all at once. We could have a ship mishap in the harbour. The eastern part of the peninsula has a single road, State Highway 75. That road's been repeatedly closed in the past due to flooding, snow and slips. That's going to happen in the future. It gets closed due to roadworks too, of course. The electricity supply to the Eastern Peninsula is via a single high voltage line. That's also proved vulnerable. Many of our smaller communities are in the bays where they only have one access road and one power line going in. The terrain's challenging, steep, prone to slips. I actually live in Hickory Bay. We've had the power cuts more than 20 times in the last 12 months. In December 2021, there was a weather event that was highly damaging. It took weeks to get even temporary road access into some areas. Lessons were learnt, we hope. Things have improved a bit since then, but we're not expecting CDEM to come charging over the hill when disaster strikes. They will probably be busy elsewhere. So our communities need to have their own plans in place, and that's what we're working on. And we need to be able to access the right resources in order to initiate an emergency response. So we're focusing on early activation of the system, public engagement, better communications, community preparedness, better maps, having the right resources on hand, and training and exercises to make it all meaningful. We've been working with CDEM, the police, and Fire and Emergency New Zealand. We've developed emergency plans that will be distributed into the community. Firstly, an information leaflet for visitors, because quite often they outnumber the locals by 3 or 4 to 1. We've also developed a comprehensive 37-page community response plan for the Akaroa and Anuku area. This plan will be distributed to all permanent residents. We're having a public meeting in the Gaiety on the 24th of May to launch all this. That's if the stuff gets printed, and we'll come to that. At the higher level, we now have an emergency management team operations guide, which details how we're going to organise and operate a community emergency hub. That will be based in the Gaiety, our local hall. Availability of local resources that can be rapidly deployed to achieve proper emergency response. That's the key to it in the area where we live. We need adequate investment in local resources and organisations. So that's the crucial step towards safeguarding the future for our communities. We're talking about communication systems, emergency generators, insulated containers for food management, and general supplies. Buildings need to have 3-phase generator changeover switches installed to enable them to be generator ready. I'm pretty sure you've been given a budget
that's been distributed with a bottom line figure of $225,000 over the next 2 years or so. Obviously, there's questions arising, who's going to look after it, where things are going to be stored. We're working on all that. We see the line item in the annual plan for $1.95 million over the next 2 years with the heading Emergency Management and Community Resilience. We would like to know that our allocation is somewhere inside that number because it's not clear to us. And if it's not in that number, we would like to know how we can get some urgent focus on this. So, it's really quite simple. If we have the resources, we can do the job. And we look forward to your support on this. And just going back to the subject of printing the documentation that we need to print for the public meeting, we've been going around in circles on this. The last email I saw, which was only yesterday, said, those making a decision need more information about X, Y, and Z. I mean, who are these people making a decision? I mean, we would like to have a talk to them. And that's what I've got to have on that subject. Thank you.
Okay. But you've got another 10 minutes, you know that, don't you?
Yep.
Okay,
I've got another subject as well.
Yes, yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Tyrone, please.
Thanks, Harry. Just on the so we had the fire chief for Banks Peninsula in here the other day, and just talking about the provision of ponds for fire resilience. And did you have any views on that from an Akaroa perspective?
It would be highly desirable. It's not part of what our group is looking at,
right?
But it would be highly desirable.
Okay, yeah. So supportive in general. Yep.
Yes.
No, cool. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah.
So just to clarify, you're struggling to get council support for community emergency preparedness, just printing a material for people.
Well, that's the situation at the moment, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, there's various people and you get referred from one to the other and so forth, and somebody else has to make a decision, and it's all very opaque how it all works.
Yeah, so currently the advice we've got is that, people should just apply to the community board. My view is that there should be some central funding for civil defence stuff, but how would you see that? It's just like a pot of money for that community preparedness, just the basic printing to get info to people.
I would have thought a central fund would have done that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yanni, please.
Just to the boards have funding that they can make available. Our board does it all the time with a day's turnaround, light bulb fund.
We don't have any funding left.
So, but can I just check, where does civil defence fit into this? I couldn't quite understand. Is this...
They keep changing the name. It used to be called Civil Defence.
Yeah, CDEM, sorry, or whatever it's called.
CDEM, Civil Defence Division.
Yeah, so just trying to understand, because I love the concept that you're presenting us. This was kind of one of the key findings of the earthquake response. This was the way forward. What support have you had from CDEM? And is there a thing that we need to look at in regards to that as well?
We've talked to them numerous times, and they have come and helped and discussed matters with us, and they have reviewed our documentation and agreed that that's all fine and in line with their standards and so forth. But they said they haven't got any money and they're not going to provide any practical on-the-ground assistance. They're there in the background. Our group would liaise directly with them in the event of a major incident, but they are sort of more here and we're over there actually doing it.
Okay, well, good. Thank you. Would you like to fire into the next one, please, Harry?
So somebody will send me an email and tell me who I should talk to about the money, right?
Oh, yeah. Being printed as we speak.
Thank you. I've now got my other hat on as the President of the Akaroa Ratepayers and Residents Association. Firstly, congratulations on the fact that the latest survey showed that public satisfaction does indeed seem to be rising for the council's operations, at least in this part of the city. So keep that up because it's going well. But I'm going to talk about an aspect which isn't going well. And I could talk about a lot of things this year, but this is a single topic submission. We're talking about the Akaroa wastewater situation. I'm sure you've been following the Akaroa wastewater project to some extent. You probably get your information from council reports, staff reports, newspaper articles. Tyrone, of course, knows what's happening. He's got his feet on the ground out there. I'm going to tell you how it looks from the Akaroa residents' point of view. I think I'm qualified to speak on this. I'm a civil engineer. I've been on working parties, I've attended meetings, I've made submissions, I've sat through the whole thing for more than a decade. Unfortunately, there are not too many kind words that can be said about the Council's attitude and actions during all this. Council have doggedly pursued a scheme that even from the outset looked like it was fundamentally flawed. Even in the most optimistic scenario, it wasn't going to achieve its stated goal of eliminating discharges to the harbour. And during the entire process, the views of the local community have been largely ignored. And in a final move, Council is spending ratepayers' money planting out over 100,000 seedlings for an unwanted patch of bush, even while the consent process is still underway. You know, we know that you've spent millions of dollars on this. We don't know the exact number, we've all lost track. It looks to us like a lot of it's been wasted. The scheme has been driven by flawed ideology. There are dubious assumptions, particularly about population growth. It lacks any real strategic vision, and the technical analysis that underpins the whole lot is pretty shaky. Recently, the consenting process has been put on hold. The primary reason is stated to be the government's proposed new wastewater standards. Well, that's convenient, that's a convenient excuse, but it's not the main reason, we don't think. So who does the council really have to thank for being extracted from an impending train crash? It's pretty clear to us that the real reason for the change of heart is the very exceptional work that's been done by the Friends of Banks Peninsula and their supporter groups by providing sound technical advice and proper analysis that has laid bare the flaws in the proposed scheme. The council scheme came up against a wall of common sense and ground to a halt. To achieve that, Friends of Banks Peninsula had to raise around $100,000 from the local community. That was used to fund the necessary expert witnesses and legal professionals. And in direct opposition, the council has spent many times that sum extracted from the pockets of ratepayers. The same people, in many cases, having both pockets emptied. That's $100,000 sucked out of the local pool of funding. That's a lot of money for our community. That money could have gone to good causes. Philanthropic, conservation, arts, community projects, could have even gone to civil defence. Instead, it's had to be spent engaging engineers and lawyers and such, so it's gone from the local community. And as well, our rates keep going up because council spent many times as much trying to spin the counter story. There is no fairness in this. And I'm not pointing the finger at any individuals because the people concerned were just obeying the last command. This is a systemic failure and a strategic failure by the Christchurch City Council. Massive unnecessary expenditure at a time when you should be focusing on making rates more realistic and affordable. But there's an opportunity to repair some of the damage and regain some level of trust with the Akaroa community. And I'll say, I'm not a member of the Friends of Banks Peninsula. That's a different organisation, but I can recognise an injustice when I see it. So we call on the council to reimburse Friends of Banks Peninsula for the expenses that they have incurred in engaging experts and lawyers to oppose the council's resource consent applications. They were doing the work that council should have been doing all along. And you are going to find out in the long run that you have been saved from a lot of expense and embarrassment that would have happened if the proposed scheme had been taken to completion. So, council, a lot of talk about community engagement, resilience, partnerships and all that. That's all the words. But we want our money back so we can put it to good and proper uses.
Good. Right. Aaron.
So native trees aside, because even no matter what happens, that's good for the environment that those trees are being planted. So that part aside, with your civil engineer,
pretty expensive tree planting exercise if you think it's just going to be good for the environment. But yes, go on.
Well, yeah, but not as a lot cheaper than street trees. But that aside, they're a couple of $1,000 each now. But your civil engineer's hat on, what would your solution for Akaroa be?
In the very long term, you need to address the shortage of fresh water because that's probably going to be a bigger problem, in fact. So in the fullness of time, you will go to a complete recycling situation. In the shorter term, the deep bore injection will almost certainly be the preferred option once you've done this next round of analysis. And if that's not the case, then a mid-harbour outfall would be absolutely fine as far as most residents are concerned, provided you treat the water to the appropriate level. Well, there's different levels. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
And
carry on, Aaron.
On the one you said about the water shortage, what do you know about what water's under the ground in Akaroa?
They've been trying to find more water and drilling test bores ever since I moved to the area, which was 30 years ago. And they have consistently come up with very poor results.
Have you ever seen Dave Clement's results? No,
not personally.
Because I have. And he shows evidence of water, which is interesting.
Well, it'd be good if the council could actually produce it out of the tap, you know.
Yeah, for not very much money, but we're not going there for some reason.
Okay, Pauline, please, and then Tyrone.
Yeah, so as part of the options in the whole process, last time the council did do a lot of deep bore injection tests and found that the land wasn't suitable.
They drilled 2 test bores in the worst possible place and found that wasn't suitable.
Right.
That's the opinion of experts that we've discussed it with.
Okay, because it was too rocky, wasn't it? It didn't absorb.
Well, you're drilling a test bore on the top of a hill. You know, you expect it to be one of the harder, rockier bits. That's why it hasn't eroded away.
Right. And as far as the outfall option, we weren't really allowed to progress that because we couldn't get a consent from ECAN. So it's not really council.
Well, you were told to go away and consider all the other alternatives,
Okay,
which you've done.
Yeah.
You know.
Tyrone?
Cool, thanks, Harry. Yeah, geez, what an issue this is. So I think I didn't quite hear. Did you say a mid-harbour outfall? Is that what you said?
But personally, yeah, I'd be absolutely fine with that, provided the treatment standard is adequate.
Right, thank you.
And that is supported by the majority of residents.
Right. But obviously you'll be aware of the mana whenua view on that.
Yep.
Do you have a view on an ocean outfall as well?
Yeah, well, that'd be absolutely fine too. It just seems to be a bit pointless.
Okay, no, thank you. And just finally, just in terms of filtration and filtering out microplastics and that kind of thing, does the association have a view on that? Because I know that's something very important to the
No, we don't really have. I mean, it's a technical area. We don't really have a view on that. We would trust wastewater engineers to be able to recommend the appropriate standard if they were asked, you know.
Sorry, just one final question, Your Worship. So the wastewater standards, the process that we're going through with the government, do you have a view on how that might impact the quality of the wastewater that's,
No, I'm sorry, I don't have a view on that.
Oh, you don't have a view? Okay, no worries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Harry. That's good for your. Thank you. Okay. Right. We have got the next one we've got is Penny Carnaby, but she's just stuck in traffic. Should we? Here's a look at this. Hey, Penny. Is that
Penny? Yep.
Yes. You're on, mate.
Oh no!
Good timing.
Traffic.
Don't rush. You're right.
I don't come into town often enough. Find my glasses. Right, which microphone?
Don't rush.
Hello.
No, you're right.
Right. Okay.
Sorry about this, a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Penny Carnaby, and this is a personal submission. Basically what I've got to say, the focus of my submission is pretty well all about the extraordinary gains we've made during the period of this council in terms of the biodiversity on Banks Peninsula. And that's basically what I feel so passionate about. At a time when you've really had some incredible challenges in terms of the costs, and I think you've done a magnificent job in not seeing biodiversity, greening the city, keeping your foot on the accelerator of climate resilience, and all of those things. You actually you haven't given us enough, but you have continued to support, and I think the city should be very thankful to you all. So that's the first opening thing, and in that context, I think you've done really well in terms of the rates. Of course, I support all of the things to do with the work of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, Pest Free Banks Peninsula. They are doing an extraordinary job, and so are the hundreds and hundreds of conservation volunteers on the peninsula. The in-kind benefit that you get from the community is extraordinary. So I've just got two comments to make, or two suggestions. Last year I talked to you about the leverage you get from your investment in pest programs, biodiversity programs, weed, all of those things that are so important. And you get really good value, because if the council invests, then ECAN, Department of Conservation, so you get a very good bang for your buck, if you like. But the two things I think I'd love us to do more of is to look at a landscape scale approach to pest control on Banks Peninsula. I don't need to tell councillors just how devastating it is to see all of this wonderful recovery of the landscape, to see it decimated, particularly by feral ungulates, pigs, goats, and deer. And I'd really like to encourage you to take a joined-up approach with ECAN, with the Department of Conservation, with the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, and to be ambitious about having and creating an ungulate-free Banks Peninsula. And we should feel encouraged by what we've done already. We've got rid of the feral goats on Banks Peninsula. It was shortlisted for the New Zealand Biodiversity Awards. That was about a year ago. We're well on the way to feral pigs. But the really difficult one for you and all of us are feral deer. It just breaks people's heart to see communities planting, catchments recovering, and seeing all of that biodiversity really be decimated by feral deer. It won't be easy for you. There'll be a lot of people who will support you. Good. But there will be people that like to hunt. And I can see a keen hunter over there. It's with the pigs. Just, everyone going out and shooting, it really doesn't work. It has to be a very smart, because they're smart animals. And so with the pigs, we've got a way, if you break up a herd or a group of wild animals, they just get smarter and smarter. But I think we can do it. But and I've talked to the 4 Banks Peninsula-based MPs, and I think they're up for it too, of all political persuasions. But wouldn't it be a great thing for the city and for the greening of the city, the greening of Banks Peninsula, because you've got recreation gains, you've got ecotourism gains, all of these things are tied up. So I think that's my main message. One, to thank you, because you should be damn proud, I think. I know you get hammered a lot, and I know you have different opinions, but you have kept your foot, and particularly some councillors who I won't single out now, although Taro, and of course I will with you on Banks Peninsula.
The media's not here.
Yes. But that's it. And I would take a similar approach with weed, those transformative weeds. We can have all these lovely groups working on, getting rid of stuff, but basically we need a coordinated approach. Line the community up behind a strategy. You've got expert people on the council, and a big shout out to the Parks team. They're just outstanding.
Yep.
And so that's the end of the message. Thank you. I think you've done brilliantly well as a council. I may be the only person in the city, but I
No,
53%.
No, we've had two. We've had two people in today.
Yeah, you've got two. Okay. And be brave it's to lead the vision of a feral ungulate-free Banks Peninsula, because it's a lot more than just killing those animals. It's about when nature thrives, we all thrive. Nō reira, tēnā tātou
Thank you,
katoa.
Penny. Thanks very much. And one of the things I'm looking forward to is the government making Canadian geese a pest, so then we can deal with them differently, from what I'm told.
Yeah. But I think there's a political will. I think that's what I'm hinting at. I wouldn't dream of putting words in the mouths of Wellington politicians, but I have spoken to the four Banks Peninsula-based MPs, and particularly Vanessa Wienick, and I think they're up for it. She knows it won't be totally popular, but wouldn't it be a great thing?
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much for driving all the way over here and getting stuck in
traffic. Oh, that's all right. I just got totally sconed by the traffic. Yeah.
Good on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gents, we're going to have a break until 10 to 7. Yep, that's right. Look at that. We're on time. I can't believe it. Thank you very much, everybody. Right, 10 to 7, we have David and John from the Horsell Residents Association. Good to see you, young fellas.
Thank you. Kia ora. And we'll refer to the young fellas in just a minute. So, kia ora, I'm David Hawke, Treasurer of Horsell Residents Association, and I'm standing in for Adele Gerards, who's our Secretary, and her Horsell-based company has just finished running an event at Te Pai. So I thought you might be glad to know that it's being used. And obviously with me is John Bennett, who's our Chair. Now, coming back to our Mayor's reference, we had a look at the agenda for today's hearings, and we actually struggled to read our submission, and many others too. But perhaps it's just as well that most of you are young and with very good eyesight. Yes. But before we get into our submission in detail, something that you probably won't know, but just to let you know, is that we had the funeral for Ron Fensom, who was our founder, and he passed away, and we had the funeral just over a fortnight ago. So Ron put his heart and soul into Horsell, and we have all benefited. We hear a narrative doing the rounds that community input is just a nuisance and of no value, but the Horsell domain, its well-used playing fields, its skate parks, its model engineers' facilities would not be there had Ron not doggedly persisted in his advocacy through our association. It's worth pointing out, however, that this commitment for the city's benefit actually came at a cost. At his funeral, his son noted that they didn't see much of Ron as he grew up. He was too busy with the Horsell Residents Association. Anyway, to our submission. So there's a bit of kicking the can down the road here that we want to pick up. So firstly, is the upgrades to Nottingham Stream, which has a project number 69267, which is proposed to route Nottingham Stream through a retention basin system. As a background there, that affected area is actually Old Horsell, so it's drainage from 1960s housing. So that project would help clean up the contamination that inevitably follows urban development before that stormwater goes to Huratini Horsell River. City Council has worked really hard on Otakaro Avon River and Apawaho Heathcote River, where there are really cool projects playing out. And Huratini Horsell River is actually really important too, hydrologically, ecologically, culturally. So we think you need to give it a similar priority and not upgrade not delay those upgrades. But what we want to spend more time on is Project 917, which is the public transport priority lane from Curlet's Road to Wrights Road. So again, there's a proposal to kick the can down the road on that, and we absolutely strenuously oppose that delay. Bit of background, Horsell Road and Lincoln Road is the primary route from Horsell to the central city. It's also important for through traffic from Selwyn District, and Selwyn District is very busy, sending more traffic our way from their new subdivision in Lincoln and people from Prebleton trying to avoid the Springs Road logjam. Can tell from the project number it's been around a long time. And in fact, Council either implicitly or explicitly signed up to this work when they decided to do suburban sprawl in Horsell and duplicate key infrastructure rather than develop former industrial areas close to the central city. We said that back in 2012, but nothing happened. We've been told that you're concerned about the loss of the government contribution to this project. There are 3 points here. Firstly, had that project been done when originally scheduled, you would have had to collected the government contribution. Secondly, the implication in delay is that central government will stump up with a contribution after the next election, and we think that is somewhat naive. Even if there is a change of government, they're going to have their hands so full of infrastructure projects, the chances of this one making it through are essentially zero. And finally, construction costs are almost certain to go up substantially, even if there is a government contribution. It's also worth pointing out that delaying the spending on that section actually devalues work that you've already done through Addington Village, and the money put in by central government with essentially no contribution for the section along State Highway 75 that's currently under construction. Also devalues the imminent increase in frequency of the Horswell Queen's Park bus, which is an ECAN initiative and ratepayers have contributed to. We already have enormous lines of cars and full buses along State Highway 75 and Lincoln Road, and the delay you propose will create a bottleneck at the section that you are proposing to delay. It's also worth noting that that postponement actually runs against your transport strategy that you've only just approved a few weeks ago. There's more on that in our submission. So our request is that you complete this project as originally scheduled in the long-term plan. It's also worth pointing out a little bit that a lot of the issues in Horswell are growth issues, and we think that that is often not really fully appreciated around the council table in many ways. And Horswell Junction Road is a good example of that at the moment. So thanks for listening. Kia ora.
Thank you. Tyler, please.
It's a great submission. Thank you so much for that. I've just got a question around the services, changes to services, and the services that you value the most. And in that you said you don't want to see any service cuts, especially not for libraries or swimming pools. But the interesting part was we need more dog control officers, park rangers, and customer-facing staff. Could you elaborate a bit more on that?
I think the general thing is, rather than being a definitive list of the more staff that are needed is this, and nothing else, it's just an illustrative list that shows the breadth at which more services are needed.
Yeah.
And I think some of those do have, they have very strong Horswell links, because the dog control officers, there's a lot of issues with dog control in Horswell. Parks, we've got big parks areas, we need more parks, and so on. But it's an illustrative list rather than a definitive list.
Got you. Because you have quite a strong person to dog ratio in Horswell in comparison to other wards, correct?
I think there's one of these things that you can actually never have enough. It's just an issue. The thing that you have to remember too is that Horswell, in terms of dog walking, is not just Horswell people. It's people from all over who come to our area, which is fine. We try to welcome visitors, but it's it isn't. Yeah, I think that the statistic that you quote is a bit misleading, really.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
I couldn't agree more with you with that little bit of Lincoln Road that's going to be a bottleneck. I'm not quite sure how long it is. It'd be 200, maybe 300 metres long, wouldn't it? It's not that far.
It's not huge. I think it's a wee bit further than that, but yeah, it's not huge.
Yeah, with the amount of money that the government's spending at the Horswell end and what we've spent at the other end, we shouldn't lose sight of that. So it's very good you brought us to our attention. And otherwise, a lot of money there, and a bit in the middle, and you can't use it. So thank you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we would say it's worth pointing out that area is actually not in Horswell Ward, but it is directly affects the people in Horswell. It's in Councillor Coker's ward over there.
No, that's fair comment too. So no, but it's common sense.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Absolutely.
So that's good.
Yeah,
Aaron.
Yeah, have you done, because I've seen the buses running out to Horswell and they're kind of packed to the gunnels, so you can't put any more people on them, but obviously you'd like to see more buses. But that aside, have you done any surveying of your residents to say that aren't currently using the bus, that said, look, if you put it in the bus lane, we'll use the bus?
Yeah, it's a while ago since we did some surveys like that, and yeah, I can't remember how the results sort of panned out on that. I think that we actually went and collected data rather than people who are not using the bus, who would use the bus, we actually looked at the loading and where people were getting on and where people were getting off. So, yeah, I think what you're saying is a really valid question, and it would be worth us doing some more work on. Absolutely.
Probably too, if we had park and ride, we would see a lot more people using the buses.
Yes.
And at the moment we're seeing around, and we've mentioned it before, around the medical centre in Longhurst. And I was there today and all the parks are locked up. People have left their cars there and jumped on the bus. But we're not really providing for that.
Right.
And the other is the frequency of the buses, of course, is going from 15 to 10 minutes shortly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we used up time, but it doesn't matter. Andre, and then you're the last one.
Oh, I just wondered if you might like to add that this project isn't just about bus lanes, that there's the bottleneck for motorists when they get from Halls Road onto Lincoln Road at the Curlett's corner. So this impacts motorist travel time.
Yeah, absolutely.
As
And
well. It's not just buses.
Everyone's travel time.
Yeah. And there's a section of cycleway as well that connects up to the Norwest Arc. So it's actually multimodal, any delay in that. And it's already been consulted on. So it's ready to go.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time and effort. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okie doke. So we have Marie, please. You've got two lots, if you want to. If you can, when you're ready, that's right.
Kia ora koutou, nā rā te mihi mai o ha kia koutou. So I have two submissions. The first is on behalf of Towards Pest-Free Waitaha, and then the second will be my personal submission. So I am the chair of the steering group for Towards Pest-Free Waitaha, which is a newly formed network of organisations who are working to create a pest-free and a predator-free movement across Waitaha. And of course, I've got the experience with the Summit Rose Society. I know some of you through that role, and I was also in the project management group for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. So it's about being really thoughtful and intentional about how we scale up in the years to come to go from the peninsula to Whakaropo. Probably the next step would be the Plains and then to Christchurch City, because Christchurch City will be probably the trickiest to do. Something like we just had a hui on Friday, predator-free Waitaha hui, where speakers are from across the country, including predator-free Wellington, ZIP, Zero Invasive Predators, who are managing predator-free Westland. We're talking about the work underway. It is absolutely possible for us to eliminate possums from Canterbury. It is expensive, but technically it is possible. Our biggest hurdles are really going to be finding the funding to do so and building the social licence, because there's a lot of work to do in Canterbury and in Christchurch. Wellington experienced some 96% of ratepayers' support for predator-free Wellington, which is extraordinary. But Wellington has got kaka flying around their city, and we don't quite have that yet, but we will. We will. And so we're about building that social licence, and it's going to take a while, but the first step to a project like that is the first step. So we'll be working on our strategic plan and about, trying to get ourselves shovel ready in the years to come and say 2030, where more money might be available. Where can we go from there? So that's why we are really supportive of the funding that the council puts towards conservation organisations and initiatives. They are game changers for the conservation space. The Climate Change and Environmental Partnerships Fund, strengthening communities, as well as dedicated funding for initiatives like Pest-Free Banks Peninsula and for the Enviro Schools movement. Without that funding, it is really difficult to get traction on these issues, especially in those early days. And so the council support is absolutely invaluable. And I really want to do a shout out as well to our amazing park rangers who do incredible work for not enough resources. And so just really want to value the work that they do for all of our benefit in our parks and reserves,
No doubt.
restoring and protecting our Indigenous biodiversity. And I think that's probably me on behalf of Pest Free Waitaha.
Thank you. Any questions? Carry on, please. I'm sure there'll be some at the finish. Oh,
yes, on my personal submission.
Yes, please.
Oh,
yes, thank you.
Okay, so now turning to my personal submission. I live in Wigram and I work in Aranui. And I have submitted a number of times over the years on this annual plan, and I really believe that rates should be factored on an investment basis, that we need to see what we're doing in the long term. We need to take a long-term view and think about what are the costs of action now versus what are the costs of inaction later. And there are so many examples of that where we actually defer the costs to later, so we don't have to pay it, but it actually ends up far more expensive to do it later than it costs to do it now. And so that's how I approach rates rises. It is not about the percentage figure. It is actually about taking this long-term view about the city we want to see achieved. And so when I look at something like transport, which has got a significant part of the budget, what are the things that are going to be an investment for the future in support of public transport and cycleways and safety improvements? And when I think about the congestion, because I'm caught up in the congestion just like everybody else, what is going to change that? It's probably not building more lanes and more roads. It is about getting people out of their cars into the alternative modes, like cycles, like buses, like, dare I say it in the future, rail. So that's what I think that our thinking needs to be out of, because that's actually what's going to save money in the long term in terms of road maintenance, because otherwise it's just going to keep going up and up and up and up. So to that view, I really support getting moving on the cycleway wheels to wings. That has been consulted many, many times. Getting moving on the safety improvements at the Breens Road lights. Getting moving on the Lincoln Road public transport corridor. Now, I regularly drive down Lincoln Road. It actually fills me with horror to think about the roadworks that will happen while they're building these kind of public transport corridors. But I know when I take a long-term view, this is going to be better for all of us in the long term. And so that's my thinking. The same as the water network. The reason why we have had such issues with our pipes is we have not invested enough in them. We have not taken a long-term view. And so I support actually saying what needs to be doing and just sucking it up. Because who else are we going to put the cost on? Our kids. Like, I don't believe in that. We actually need to suck it up ourselves. And of course, I've got to mention big shout out to the parks and investment in the environmental space, because that's something I'm incredibly passionate about. And I think that sums me up. Thank you.
Okay, I'd just like to go back to what you said about the park rangers. We are certainly very lucky to have those guys, or that group of people. If you want to stretch a dollar, they know how to stretch a dollar and get a lot done for it. So we're very lucky to have them. So thank you for bringing that up. Any other questions? Tyler.
Kia ora, Marie. Just a quick one. Mark's not here, so I can't ask for him.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Amy's Aotea Springs?
Oh, yes, that definitely needs to be done. It's incredibly dangerous, that intersection. And I'm really advocate for safety improvements in that space. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Cool. And the last one was around the climate change part of things.
Yeah.
Every year, every term,
yeah.
Us as councillors always come to the hard conclusion of trying to figure out the intergenerational wellbeing aspect of things. And it requires a lot of things. One is cultural shift and changing the narratives. But the other one is implementation. So are you sort of asking for, when staff come to the table, that they look at the costings over a broader range in terms of the impact?
Yeah, I think that we have a focus on the 3-year cycles. And, when you think about the long-term plan, that's only ever 10 years, and then you're revising it every 3 years. We need to be thinking 30, 50, 100 years out. What is the kind of city that we want, and how are we going to get there? Because a lot of this infrastructure will last that long. And climate change is a perfect example of this long-term thinking. What is it going to be when we've got the sea level rise that is predicted? Yeah, and I know there's some work done around Kokodarata, which is amazing, but we're not going fast enough we're racing to catch up with the changes that are happening. We need to be doing that like 3 or 4 times fold. I think we're far too slow on thinking long term.
Yeah. Thank you, Marie.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity, and a late night for you guys.
No. Well, we haven't finished yet.
Ngā mihi. Kia ora.
David, you've come in and jumped the queue. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Jenny Huey, who is accompanying me, will be able to answer questions on environmental matters that I'm not able to speak to. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. Yep.
Well, right. I've just apologised to you.
I saw you walking around, but I couldn't find a park.
Okay.
It's really busy out there, yeah. And it's freezing as well. It's absolutely freezing.
As I said, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Hey, Judy.
Bye.
We think the council, on the whole, is doing a good job. The city's running well. And your approval rating should be much higher than the 40, 44 or 46%, whatever it is. But we think one of the reasons is that your communication isn't as good as it might be. And we suggest towards the end of our submission, you should have some clear performance measures that you can tell the public about. And make sure that you're proactive in this. When the matter of Littleton Harbour comes up, all we hear about is the fact that Corsair Bay isn't swimmable. Nobody tells us the council has spent I don't know how many $1 million piping the sewage out of the harbour. And of course the question comes up, if the regional council isn't testing it every week, the water every week, so it's swimmable, I think that's something the council engineers in the water services department can go down to very smartly for you. The other big thing we're saying in this submission is that we think you've got to be very, very serious about this objective of funding renewals or funding depreciation, which is sort of the same thing. You've had this proposal in your plan for several years, but you're not getting any nearer it, because each year you put off the evil day, as it were. And we would suggest that if you've got any spare money at the end of this plan process, when you come to June or whatever it is when you approve the annual plan, if you've got a bit of saved of spare money, a few million, put that into those renewals, funding the renewals, because you'll find in that way you'll actually succeed in achieving your goal. It's not an easy thing to do. We had that experience, Mary will remember this, back in the 1990s. But
What did you say back in the 1950s?
She was just as beautiful in those days, but a lot younger. We had an operating deficit in those days because the Council of Times decided to have a zero rates increase for 3 years, as a result of which the borrowing went up and so did the operating deficit. And we had faced having a rate rise of 13% in order to get back to funding depreciation. We did that over about 4 years, I think. It's not easy, but we suggest that you should make a real effort to do that, because most of you are pretty young councillors. You'd like to be on the council, I would hope, for another 10 or 20 years. And during that time, your life as decision makers will be a great deal easier if you actually bite the bullet and get that depreciation funded. You won't be using nearly so much money in debt servicing every year. in addition to patting you on the back, there are some things which we think you should do differently. And surprise, surprise. And one of them is housing. Really, in delegating housing to the Otautahi Housing Trust, you sort of absolved yourself of responsibility. But nobody can absolve the elected members of this city of responsibility for housing. And those of us who are older know that after the war, when we were desperately short of housing, we didn't have people sleeping on the streets. Nor did they sleep in cars, of course, because they didn't have them. But you'll have seen in the paper that the Auckland City Mission is saying that homelessness has increased since the government's policy of restricting access to emergency accommodation. The Wellington City Mission is saying the same, so is the Christchurch City Mission, and the Food Bank in New Brighton is telling us there's been a noticeable increase in homeless people coming to the food bank in the last few months. So we really think it's up to this City Council, as we say in our submission, to step up and do something about it. We make the comparison between the 638 million, whatever it is, on the stadium, and your virtually zilch contribution to housing. And we think that if people are going to sit in comfort on a cold night watching the rugby, they should be thinking, you should be thinking of the people who are sleeping rough on that same cold night. We'll leave the rest for question time.
Okay, righto. Jake and then Tim.
Thank you, David. While I'm always inclined to agree with pretty much everything you say, I am interested particularly in social housing because we have a real challenge of we could put in money to build more houses, but it's that access to the government subsidy, the IRRS, that really holds us up. Do you have any solutions for that? And what's your view about having a ring fence around ratepayer contributions to social housing?
I'm not sure what you mean by the ring fence. For answer the first part of the question, I think you should go ahead and do it anyway. There are times when government subsidies are withheld. The National Roads Board, or Trans Fund, whatever they called it in those days, refused to give us a subsidy for that bridge in Anzac Drive. They would not give us any subsidy for completing that ring route. And so we said, righto, we'll do it ourselves. And we put it on the budget that shamed them into providing the subsidy. The other advantage of not accepting that subsidy from the government is that you've got control over who gets your houses. Currently, all the council housing, every social housing crisis is allocated through WINS. So you've got to sort of turn up as a poor person at WINS and beg for housing. Obviously, most of the housing available goes to the people at the very bottom, because as the housing has got more and more short in supply, so it's allocated just to the very worst, most desperate cases. I said to somebody the other week, a young man, well, he's not young, he was probably 40s, 50s, looking for housing. I said, well, if you were a solo mum sleeping under a bridge with 6 children, you'd get a house tomorrow. But you're not desperate. So we've got the situation where only people desperate do they get a house. So I think really that the council needs to stand up. The subsidy's not all that great. Don't forget, whenever you let a house, you get some rent for it. Sorry, I didn't understand the bit about...
Ring fencing.
Yeah.
What was going to be ring
fenced?
The principle that we don't put OPEX essentially into social housing.
No rates impact.
Well, yes, it's some sort of invention that this was council policy in the past. Now, it wasn't necessary for us to put money into housing because the government in the early years gave the subsidy, and later we had the income from the existing housing. But there was never any policy not to use rates money, and if rates money is needed, I don't see why it shouldn't. In those days, councils did not fund big stadiums for rugby.
Cool. No, you've answered.
Nor did they do lots of other things. So you're free to act as you think fit.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good answer.
No, I've had enough of your questions, Jake. Tim.
Yeah. Thank you. With housing, we're seeing, say, Spain recently, and we've had it in Italy, Portugal and other places, demonstrations about people now being, 3, 4, 5 generations of families being pushed out of the flats that they've rented for generations to accommodate Airbnb and tourism. So what are your thoughts? Because we keep building and building, but I think the standards are going down. What are your thoughts with regards to banning Airbnbs? If we're needing housing for rental for our people and there's none available, so we've got to keep building and it's getting more expensive, what are your thoughts about that?
I've read about it and heard that it's a problem in places like Queenstown. I didn't realise it was a problem in Christchurch, but I understood you were going to tax them or rate them in some way. That would act as a disincentive. But it seems to me the problem really with housing is that over the last 30 years, we haven't been building the housing for low-income people. We certainly haven't been building elderly persons' housing. There's about to be a tsunami of elderly people who are going to need rental accommodation the next few years. We haven't been building, nor have we been building the family homes that the mayor's grandfather built. In their probably thousands, certainly in their hundreds, because the government had a policy of 3% loans, housing corp specification, and they built those houses for low-income people, and the councils built the flats for low-income elderly people. It was a great partnership. And it went on where the National Labour was in power.
You're right, David. When I drove down Hay Street the other day, and when I was really little, I used to go with my grandfather, and they were building right down one side of Hay Street. They'd turn around and come right down the other side, just one house after another. And we were those streets, and Merritt Beasley might have been the one next door, and Enterprise Homes were over there, and it was just constant building. Okay, Celeste, please.
We've got one around housing. Another one is around the comment around the bridge, Anzac Bridge. You said that was the decision was made to forge ahead with that, despite the fact that there was no government contribution. Is that correct?
It was. We tried to avoid putting rates money in, and when we were criticised for having housing, social housing, and a lot of people did criticise us for that, we pointed out we weren't spending rates money on it. But equally, I think we avoided lumping costs onto the housing.
Sorry, this was.
They paid rates.
This is regards to Anzac Bridge.
Oh, gosh, sorry.
Sorry, you mentioned just the fact that there'd been a decision around Anzac Bridge to progress that regardless of the lack of outside funding for that. Is that correct?
Perhaps we did.
I'll come back to that one. I'll ask you about that later.
Well, certainly, that principle I mentioned, what do you call it? Not Trans Fund, what do you call it? NZTA, is it today?
Yes.
If they don't stump up with funding, the council can show its resolution by putting it on the budget anyway.
So we should just crack on and do things if they're important. Okay, and the question around housing was exploring other options. I was looking at the Joint Housing Action Plan. They were talking about things like inclusionary zoning and incentives to developers and so forth, like thinking a bit more outside of the box rather than sort of outsourcing those responsibilities, which I think you referenced in your... what measures would you support to increase the supply of housing to those in need? For instance, emergency housing, social housing, affordable rentals.
I think emergency housing is hard because it's difficult to manage. I would think there are other agencies that can handle the emergency housing, provided the council becomes involved in providing housing for the people who go into emergency housing to move into. That's where I would see the council's role.
Thank you.
Righto. Thank you. Now, we've got 3 more questions, but we're way over time, and I'm liking the look of my pillow.
Haven't even started yet.
But it's really good to have someone that was at the coalface back then who knew what, like you're walking history, David. You are. Yeah.
What was the rationale? This wasn't my question. I had a really good one. What was the rationale for the 0 rate increase for 3 years? Whose idea was that? I hope it wasn't yours.
That was in 1989, the first council after amalgamation, where there was a significant number of people elected from the old Waimarie Council who made common cause over this policy with some of the citizens' councils of the time. I was the chairman of the finance committee, but I couldn't control the rate increase. And so I think it often happens that people who are not on the council imagine it's fairly easy to come in and slash expenditure and avoid rate increases. But once you're here, you discover that actually 20% is going in debt for servicing, about 15% in water, 15% on sewage, 25% on roading, whatever it is, and actually the discretionary amount is pretty small. And you think, well, we don't need the libraries. Well, ask the people who borrow books that. So it's your room for manoeuvre is very, very, very small. And if you look at, I think we mentioned this in our submission, rates as a percentage of GDP, according to Luke Malpass, was it? It hasn't changed over about 70 years, whereas the graph showing government expenditure as a percentage of GDP is way up high.
Be good to know what inflation was at the time.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much.
I could listen to you for hours, but and Jenny too. You
I just wanted to
didn't
finish,
shut up, did you?
I just want to finish by making sure that you're keeping on going with the Living Earth, getting rid of the odour and getting that plant gone. I know it looks like you are, but make sure you're keeping on doing it because, you know, it's the best thing that's happened for those residents down there. So you have to be congratulated for that too. But just get on with it. Anyway, thanks very much for listening.
Good on you. Cheerio.
Thank you.
Righto, so George is on the telly?
It's a shame the audience that needed to hear that submission are largely not here.
Yeah. Is he? Are you there, George?
Yes.
Yep, fire away, mate. The floor is yours.
Wonderful.
Oh, there
Thank
you go. There you go.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to come to speak to my submission. And my apologies for not being there in person. I came down sick over the weekend, so just want to share those bugs around. So I'd like to highlight a few main points from my submission and save some time for questions at the end. So first of all, I'm disappointed that the Wheels to Wings isn't getting fully funded and constructed, but I'm happy to see that at least it's going to be built in some stages. I believe that it's important the bits that are built to the plan and not cost cut, so the benefits are not reduced when they're connected up later. Second, I want to make a note on why are we spending millions to pay KiwiRail to upgrade their infrastructure, like on the Heathcote Expressway, where the cycleway doesn't even cross the railway. This is money that should be spent on improving cycling connections around the city, or improving connections to the east and northwest of Christchurch. Please stand up to KiwiRail. It's not good enough. Thirdly, related to this, I'm sick of the cost of cycleways being lumped together with other costs. I would bet that the large majority of the money spent has little to nothing to do with building the cycleway itself. Instead, the roadway resurfacing, undergrounding of services, and other upgrades such as curbing and Three Waters upgrades are likely to be where the majority of the money is spent. This is of course not to say that we shouldn't do things at the same time to save money, but I think it's disingenuous to say that the full cost of the project is solely because of the cycleway. An example of this is the Antiquary Street upgrades, which got labelled as a cycleway for $5 million, with the entire $5 million attributed solely to that. Yet I'm sure that we also want to resurface the road, upgrade the footpaths, redo the underground services, plant trees, improve the area, etc., 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 etc. Please, in future, split out the cost of the cycleways from the rest of the project so we can stop this misinformation and disinformation spread about the true cost of what we're spending on cycleways. Thank you. Do you have any questions related to my submission?
Certainly, George. Yeah, Tyler, please.
Kia ora, George, Tyler here. Hey, just a question about the KiwiRail project. So would you want to continue with the KiwiRail project and additional cycleways, or would you like one or the other?
In terms of spending the money on the rail upgrades?
Yep.
I don't think we should be spending the money on it. We should be asking the government to go to KiwiRail and say this isn't right, really. It's not really fair that we're fronting up the entire cost. basically, in my mind.
Yep.
Something that should be Kiwi Rail's responsibility.
That's great. Thanks.
Okay. Good as gold. Thank you very much, George, for your input, and thanks for waiting around and coming on.
That's okay.
Good on you, mate.
Questions?
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Righto. Colleen, David, and Sarah, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Colleen Philippa Ho.
David.
Sarah.
I'm feeling a little bit stressed because I've been all day out at Lincoln University, and it's kind of a bit of a culture shock getting here and getting into this. But
Did you say you're at the university?
at the Lincoln University, yes, I'll mention it later in our submission actually.
Thank you.
Look, SOC strongly support this priorities listed in the section working in partnership. We wanted to open with that statement because really, really strongly support those priorities. Speaking to the Climate Resilience Fund, SOC want to continue to see a robust mitigation effort, emissions reductions, trying to achieve targets set by the City Council. As the City Council declared a climate emergency in 2019 and have a stated goal of 50% citywide emissions reductions by 2030, we would appreciate citizens, ratepayers being told specifically what steps you're taking to meet that goal. We thank those councillors who are doing their best to push for a low-carbon city. The climate models of 2019 are no longer applicable. The increased speed with which glaciers and tundra are melting are rapidly affecting countries with low shorelines. Current mitigation and greenhouse gas reduction plans must be dramatically accelerated to achieve targets set by the Council. By 2050, climate disruption will dominate the global economy. Our trading partners such as China, Australia and India are more vulnerable than we are. Tech solutions and nature-based solutions should be pursued vigorously, even though it's unrealistic to hope that these measures can stabilise the climate. Adaptation will be essential. To address CO2 emissions, climate adaptation, risk management and resilience, we support methods such as nature-based solutions, spatial urban planning, natural coastal buffer zones, mass rapid transport, shifting to wind and solar, and regulations for raising buildings and bridges to allow canals and streets into the future. Linwood Avenue may once again need to be planned as a canal. Today we attended a seminar day on circular bioeconomy at Lincoln University, Sarah and I did. There are a lot of different tools that we need for climate resilience. What do we value most and do not want to do without? Well, I'm going to lead off with the implementation of the City Council's Urban Forest Plan, because in a way it segues from our talking to the Climate Resilience Fund. We want to have reducing groundwater levels, flooding, carbon emissions and heat island effects. We support a significant increase in park, street and subdivision trees. We would like to see such work on private property through regulatory processes, for example, resource and building consents. Now, I'm very sorry, but I actually did not finish what I meant to say in relation to the Climate Resilience Fund, because I've got added this piece of paper late in the piece. So I want to go back to say that SOC does not support spending large on temporary adaptation measures like long concrete seawalls. Neither can we as a city afford to subsidise property owners who ignore warnings and build or buy inappropriately, particularly where sea level is rising faster than previously thought. We do, however, need a plan for helping people caught out in a difficult position due to no fault of their own. We'd like some compassion around this and for part of the Climate Resilience Fund to be used for that purpose, if at all possible. We understand with climate change as predicted, the risks and issues council are facing are enormous. Back to what we value most and don't want to do without. Funds for community-led work. One of our committee members, Dr. Joyce Yeager, has developed a project looking at the microfauna of Whakaropo Littleton Harbour. Her work is centred to a conference in Copenhagen at the moment, or she would have been with us tonight. Joyce's local Indigenous biodiversity project is supported by the Biodiversity Fund. We want to say that the relatively small amounts of money that the City Council provide to community led work unlocks projects of so much more scope and value. We also support the Community Waterways Partnership. We appreciate the input from the City Council. We are a partner organisation. The relationships we have within that network, including through Georgina, your council person, is valuable to us. It's a matrix of effort, coordination and knowledge. We're not working in silos. Libraries. We value libraries. Libraries for SOC represent community. We have delivered some significant education programs at Tūrang and other libraries around the city, including Speaking for the Planet. Many of us do value the library buildings, their diverse facilities and the vast availability of books that we can't afford to buy but can borrow from the libraries. Cycleways. David's a cyclist, that's why I looked at him pointedly.
Except tonight.
These fit in, I was going to get him to read it, but I'll read it. These fit in your priority for the capital program of adapting to climate change. SOC strongly support Council continuing to develop our cycleway network as soon as possible. We would support Council borrowing to build this infrastructure. It is building for our future, especially since cycling in our flat, open city has great potential. Such long-term assets for the city will rapidly become significant. Yes, we were concerned, particularly in the early days of our cycleways, at what some of us saw as over-engineering or trial and error. But cycleways are a pragmatic, affordable, common-sense response to real-world transport and pollution problems. Ask anyone who has spent 40 minutes getting from one end of an inner-city arterial route to another, who has got caught up in peak hour gridlock. I walk my dog along the Avon or Takaro River adjacent to Revolution about 3 times a week and observed a dramatic increase in the number of cyclists on that stretch, both recreational cyclists and commuters, when the new cycleway was recently completed. When you build cycleways, cyclists and pedestrians and joggers do come. They get busier and busier. Getting people out of cars into alternatives is a win-win-win for everyone. It must be a choice. Many people won't make that choice for safety reasons without cycleways. Safer and more enjoyable cycling is enhanced by the 30 to 40 kilometre speeds for cars.
I find that makes a big difference, and it doesn't really slow the traffic flow.
We know we cannot always choose cycling. Many SOC people are cyclists, but we are also often reliant on cars and public transport. Cycleways are something all of us support though. Less traffic means less problems and cost for drivers, City Council planners and engineers, and ratepayers. Thank you very much.
Okay, Celeste, do you have questions? Yes, please.
There was a lot, but I'll just pick up on the last one around the cycleways. Is there areas that you'd like to see progress faster, and also how we do it? Is there any suggestions as to how we approach that to speed the work up? Apart from making sure that we actually do the work.
I'm finding that when the traffic slowed down to 30 to 40, the traffic flows better in a major city, and it's much safer, and you can narrow this, so there's a slightly more room for a line or maybe 2 lines for the cyclists. That just that extra, even 1 foot, makes a difference, especially when a truck comes past. I think that's the major thing. More just slow down the traffic and have a little bit more room for the cyclists with a white line. Or even
and can I mention the Park Terrace? I mean, putting it in, trialling it, low cost, putting it in to trial it before you do the high cost work, making sure that you've smoothed out some of the mistakes that you're making before you put in the engineered solutions.
Yep.
I think that's really good. I'd really personally like to see the Te Aratai connection. I drive down that road so often, and it's such a busy road. It is so visually busy. I would really like to see that connection made really soon. Other than that,
I'd like to say one thing, cycling, usually there's peak traffic and going one way. And I don't mind actually having a 2-way traffic, which is to be a bit more alert, we have to be anyway, and most of the time the traffic is going one way. Seldom is it coming 2 ways at the same time. So you can do it a lot cheaper on a lot more cycle paths. Yeah, the binary, yes. But we just have to go a little bit slower, but we get there still, because it's the lights that slow me down. more than anything else. If the lights phases aren't aligned.
Tyler, please.
Kia ora, team. I use the Uni Cycleway and the South Express quite often. Love them. But a question, there's an interesting approach in terms of the speed of the car sort of determining the feeling of safety with cycling infrastructure. So, for example, if a road was 30, would you feel the need to have to put in a concrete
Definitely not.
barrier?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's where the cars are, and the trucks are going too fast.
Yeah.
That's the problem, and they're just that far away. And of course, we as a cyclist, we have to slow down in case the door opens. So you need that extra space.
So it sounds
electric
like you're
bike makes
proposing
it easier. You can accelerate, but I'm slowing down and speeding up continually.
Okay. Thank you, Tyler. Cool. Brilliant. Thank you so much, and good to see you. And sorry we're so late.
Oh, no, that was fun. It was really interesting listening to David.
Good idea. Thank you. Now, we've got Pam and Brian and is it Flore or Floor? How do I explain that? How do I pronounce that? Please.
Floor.
Thanks, Pam.
So I'm just supporting Floor. I live in the same subdivision as Floor in Devotials.
At the moment, you're the only one here
Oh,
that I can see.
well, you've had a long day, and I've had a long day on Zoom calls today too.
Sounds like Floor's had a long day.
There she is.
There she is. Good on you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, but you've also got the civil.
Okay, Floor.
The floor is yours.
The floor is yours. One day.
You be careful.
Yes. Far away, Floor.
Floor. Speak up, Floor.
You're on mute. Here she goes.
Can you hear Floor?
Oh, yes, finally. You
Think
can
you're
hear
right.
me? Oh. I wait
You're right,
5 minutes and I want to... am I already live or not yet?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay.
Go.
Thanks, everyone. Yes?
Yes.
Can I talk? Oh, thanks, everyone, for hearing us so late. Yes, so I'm quickly presenting just a quick submission about the safety of a walkway in Duvochel. That links the Nayo Point resident on the left side there and the school area on the right, and on the top left in the Duvochel store. And you can see the walkway along the State Highway 75. And that's a really scary walkway for students from the school to walk to schools, from visitors of a campground to walk and go do their groceries. And I have also the support of lots of elderly people also living in the area that find it quite scary to walk along this cliffside of the walkway. And so I just wanted to bring to your attention, and I was asking if a fence could be set up all along this walkway, so it's safer for everyone, for pedestrians to walk along and get to a school safely. And as well, if there's some sign set up at the junction between Seafield Road and the State Highway, so people and cars are aware of people crossing, and we don't have to run across. It was just so a small submission about this, the safety, improving the safety of this walkway. And I'm aware that probably I have to submit this to the NZTA. I learned it afterwards. That was probably the Department of State Highway and not the City Council, but I did submit, and here I am presenting you. So it was all about this improving this sideway along the road and setting up some fence and warning for the drivers.
Okay, that was discussed earlier in my community board days, so it's always been a problem, often about the surface of it, but you can see how close it is to the road. So we know it's a journey that we will need to go with NZTA as well, and we've got lots of community support, haven't we, Flor? Lots of support.
Yes, I talked to the school, the preschool, the cafe. Lots of at least 20 people signed within the last few days and are really concerned and will be really happy to have some improvement and some fence along this pathway.
Any questions?
I just want to check that the pathway you're talking about is the one on the right-hand side of that picture all the way along the base of the hill.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, but actually some people do walk on the other side because if they can see the traffic going, opposites. But yeah, it's not safe at all. Yeah.
No, I go over there quite a bit, and I'm just on the stuff on the left. They've just put all that rock there to protect the edge of the road. They've done a very good job of it.
Yes, true.
Good seawall.
Okay, so I know exactly what you're talking about, and you'll have to, if you want any help from us, but it's NZTA, isn't it?
All right, yes. Thank you for that.
Pam, is that actually the wee bit straight ahead of me that I can see? Is there actually a tiny bit of path there and most of it's grown over with grass, or is it?
No, it runs out there where that sign is, that the white posts there. It runs out there. That's where it needs to be thought about. How we actually might cross that road.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I butted. Is there any question, Pauline?
Well, could you write to NZTA or council, just passing this concern on, perhaps?
Can do.
Wouldn't hurt.
No. If you don't know, if you don't do it, you don't know. Yeah. So, yep, you can do that. Yep. Anyone else? Thank you, ladies. That's brilliant. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your time and passing the
Thank you very much.
See ya. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good evening. Bye.
Timothy, you're on. Local Water Done Well presentation.
Yep. Right, for those who don't know me, this is a personal presentation I have. And it's about three waters. I'm a scientist by training. I've got a doctorate in chemistry. I also studied economics when I went through uni. So most of my working life has been spent in public service, science and research of different sorts. Most of that out at Lincoln with various institutes, and the last 12 years of that were as a business development manager for crop and food research and then plant and food research. And in that role, I was going up and down the country, talking to food manufacturing companies, also talking to our researchers and scientists, specifically to help businesses get into export. And food manufacturing businesses, and the group I was working with increased their exports from almost nothing to 400 million a year. So it was a lot of fun, but it also gave me insight into what works well. In retirement, I've been involved in Christchurch City projects. First off, the Christchurch Coastal Pathway project, and I was involved in securing the government funding for that. I'm on the board of the Estuary Trust and the Opaoho River Network Group, and I'm a community board member, as many of you will know. So I have a passion for doing things well in the city. And one of the main features of our city is it is a water city. It's built on river deltas. So water is something that Christchurch should be very good at. So I'm quite passionate about three waters, and I think that the appropriate action is to keep the team in-house. One of the reasons for that is the perception I have with working with businesses and organisations in my working life is that internal culture is far more important than structure. Structure can be enabling, but culture is far more important. And so I would like to see the Three Waters team kept in City Council and the culture of it become absolutely superb. And if you're trying to imagine what superb is, think about the Crusaders and how they work. First, you have to have a shared vision for the big future and also for the immediate purposes of the work you're doing. It's helpful to have a highly collaborative culture where orders and thoughts do not come down from above. They come from everybody involved, all brains in. You also have to have, if you're going to actually construct things, excellent informing, multidisciplinary, if necessary, project teams, and have a good culture of project delivery. And you'll know if you've got it right because you'll get recognition from others. People will say, "You guys are great to work with." So that's the core of my presentation, but I'm just going to finish with something from last week's, saying please don't do this, Christchurch City Council teams. In Beachville, community groups had asked for keep off the grass signs to be installed. They appeared on Friday. That's a picture of one. The keep off the grass sign is, that's my wife standing with her arm up. The keep off the grass sign has an animal looking at it that was put in there by Hanno Sander, who's chair of Coastal Pathway Group. It is embarrassing when City Council does things like this.
It's for sea level rise.
Yes, it will be good for sea level rise. So just an appeal to within Three Waters and anywhere else, if it looks really stupid, please don't do it. Get it right. That's an area of high visual interest. You want low signs that tell people not to park on the grass. So that's my talk.
It's along the lines of what we've put out as our suggestion to the community.
Yeah, I'm supporting that.
Yeah.
Going into summer or something.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good on you. Okay, everyone. Thank you very much for everyone's attendance. 10:30 a.m. on Friday is when we're adjourning to. Cheerio.